Oh, okay.
Right.
Right. Hang on.
I need to boost you up. And if you could find that image, that would be lovely.
I will keep
Dorcas,
looking.
Sherilyn, Alfred, the Deluge, welcome one and all! Come on in, come on in. As you all know, this is the usual preamble wafflemancy. I do have a guest on the line, and I'll introduce you to him in about 10 minutes, alright? So grab yourself a cuppa, get comfy.
Reactor online. Sensors
shit,
online.
okay.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho nerds?
Doom Ninja, you feckin' ledge. You're kicking off the day with a 5-month combo stream. Not too shabby, friends, not too shabby. So Doom Ninja, to you I say, what ho and welcome. I don't know, Liam, did I warn you that I was going to be a bit hyperactive? Did I mention this?
I have met you before. It's, to be honest, I'd be disappointed if you weren't.
So who we got through? Oh yeah, and I didn't say hi to Aspects as well. So Dorcas, Sherilyn, Alpha, Aspects, Doom Ninja. What ho, friends. Come on in, come on in. So yeah, I just need to bang out a tweet. And a few people's having problems with the hosting system on Twitch, so that's one of the reasons why I did this little preamble. So yeah, everybody coming in. As you all know, I'll do a proper intro to our esteemed guest in just a little bit. It's going to be a day of games industry banter. It's going to be a day of some classic board games converted into video games by indie teams. And there's probably going to be some incoherent rage from Will on games industry stuff. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So yeah. Did you find the thing? Did you find it?
I've not found the thing. And it's really quite concerning, actually, because I think the thing was with a load of other old work.
Oh dear.
And I don't know where that is either.
Oh dear. So one and all, there is a wonderful piece of art that Liam did for me. Back in the day, him and I did a Dark Souls 3 playthrough. And there was, we're both ultra great sword users. So there was a great, like, Will and Liam back to back. I was going to use that as a picture. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, it's fine. It's fine, Liam. Oh, wait.
Sorry.
No, I think I can download. Oh, I wonder, did I put numbers on them like a numpty?
Are you thinking about going to the YouTube?
I am thinking about going to the YouTube.
I was just doing that very same thing. Let me have a quick look for you.
Later that very same bee.
Hey, found your channel. Excellent.
Yeah,
Well, this is going so
I
well.
put numbers over it like a feckin' idiot. Why do you not put up with me? I do worry. I do worry. Oh, maybe it's in... Did you send it me as an email?
I did. Oh, maybe it's on Google.
Yes! Problem solving
Yes!
in real time!
Ding.
So jumping into chat, Caffeine, Wraith, Stu, did I say hi? I hope I said hi. What ho, friends! Welcome, come on in, come on in. There we go. So sorry about that one and all. Twitch is having a conniption fit today. So Liam, Twitch was hosting another channel.
Yes, I was very confused.
You thought I'd suddenly become, paler and two people.
I don't know about paler. I'm not really sure how possible that is. But yeah, the split personality thing was a novel look. It'll be on your Google, right?
Possibly.
I must have uploaded it to your drive.
Except for I can't say what I have found because it's all things that currently haven't been funded or announced. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The bloody hell did you send it? Oh no, I've got an
so
idea.
professional.
I've got an idea. Where's the?
Okay.
Where's the? Everybody, shut up! I can work this out.
This is why we never released a game together.
You
Kill the
and
image, guys. Kill the image.
that is not why we never released a game together, and you know it. Oh, so okay, Archer of the Eye, Plutonor, Beadora, everyone that's just come in. What? Oh, and welcome. Very shortly, I'm going to be able to introduce you to an exceptionally lovely friend of mine. But at the moment, we're fecking around with a bunch of stuff. So Fire Lizard, Square Peg, everybody, go grab yourself a cup of tea, get comfy. We're also having some technical problems where it keeps re-hosting Fremily, even though we're live and doing stuff. So, okay. Just keep smashing unhost.
Yeah, a little disconcerting. Also, the video I've now got of you is about 5 seconds behind.
Oh, that's gonna happen. Unfortunately, that's just classic Twitch.
No. Okay.
All right. So, did you send it to me as? You did not send it to me as on the tweeters. Okay. I've got an idea. Because the mobile version, if you send it to me on Facebook, the mobile version of the Facebook one has all your images in prior. And like a handy to view little gallery.
That is true.
Dude, how did we ever get anything done?
Didn't, Will, which explains a lot about both our current situations.
I found it!
It's really not worth it, though. This is the thing.
It is!
I think we put more effort into finding this than I did making it.
Yeah. Probably that's true. But what
Yeah.
I did also find was the Abyssals poster. So that made me feel... That's making me feel
okay.
things. Also...
Reactor
Okay.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Arch-value meal!
Found what? You sound excited.
Did you
I
say
found-
it's Ali McBeal?
I did not. I said arch-value meal. Arch-value...
Okay.
just done their 5 month in a row sub combo, which is fucking cool.
Oh, well done.
Yeah. So, all right, we'll get into it a little sec. But like, one of the things that I'm really stoked about today, Liam, is like you and I have worked together on a bunch of projects, which sadly, I mean, one of them got released as a free open source thing, which we never discussed. And the other projects we've worked on haven't managed to make it to full production. But, you know, you and I have been working together a good while. And it's kind of like, as industry friends go, yeah, we've been through the ringer a few times. Now, since I've been doing this, there are so many people here, like in chat and stuff, that I want to introduce you to. It feels less like, you know, come on my show as my guest. It feels more like, mate, come down the pub. There are a bunch of people I have to introduce you to.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I tune into your streams quite frequently when I can.
Why would you do that?
I'm a sucker for punishment, and also with the time differences, it kind of hits around 9 o'clock here, which is perfect because that's generally the time when the kids are down and it's done. So I want nothing more to do than just to sit on my sofa and not think too much. And I find hearing your voice kind of feels it's either that or white noise, one of the two. But generally, if you're about, go for you.
Savage.
But what I was trying to say was a nice thing originally, which was that I think you probably have the nicest community in the gaming sphere that I've come across, certainly in a very long time. Of both on your Discord board, which is really nice to see.
Thank you, yo. So yeah. You'll get a reputation. So, and to that, I need to say hello to the rest of you just coming in. So Greenfire, Tikatu, Meow Kitty Sakura. Just say hi to Dorchus. This is one of the few problems about having so many excellent friendos. I fucking forget who I've said hi to. I have to do 2 laps of the pub. So yes, to all of you that have just come in, what ho and welcome. I have an exceptionally cool person to introduce you to. And then we are going to play some games and it's going to be great. I spent far too long this morning trying to find the feckin' image to go along with today, and I disagree. I don't think it's... I think it's entirely worth it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Because we were doing Dark Souls nonsense before. It was cool, you know?
Yes. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah.
Totally. That's how I choose to...
Give it. Yeah. I am a little bit gutted that we didn't get to finish it.
I know. We did do a lot of good stuff, and I did love the idea of using like Dark Souls as more like as a chat kind of podcast format, because I'm so done with boring podcasts in my life. I'm so done with them. And it was like, I think that if you want to put forward like thoughts and opinions, if you want to ask an audience to listen to you, you should be under constant threat of invasion. Like,
yeah.
Is what you have to say important enough that you're going to do it while people invade your game? That is an important question.
Although I think that was kind of one of my main issues, listening back to when we did it, is that there were great periods where I just stopped talking because I was so scared about what was going to be around the next corner. But yeah.
I think that was morning. I think that was awesome. And to Akira, what Owen's welcome. So, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it to interview mode, but I don't have a camera for Liam at the moment. So we're going to not do the Infini-Will. No one's ready for that. There is a limited amount of will that anyone should have to put up with.
One is enough.
Yeah. But this is the cool kid. Whoa, that is much bigger than intended. So this was the cool kid art that Liam did of me and him from back in the day, which I'm so happy with. Look at it! We actually look like we know what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah. No sword set to scale as well. That's the
yeah.
That's the thing.
I was obsessed with the Ultra Great Sword, the Berserk Sword. Is it the best weapon in the game? No. Is it sensible or even logistically useful? Mostly no, but I love it. And if that isn't Dark Souls, I don't know what is.
It's very true. It's very true.
So, we've done our 10 minutes of mandatory wafflemancy. Ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce you all to Liam Cullen. Now, your current title is art director at Pachang, but you've been games industry for longer than some of the people I know have existed.
I was worried you were going to say that. Yeah, yeah, that's sadly true. Yeah, I think it's coming about 14 years now.
14 years, fucking hell, dude.
Yeah. These days,
So,
like something worth playing.
Let's very quickly, to give everybody just like a grounding and a context of where you've come from. Do you want to just go through the studios you've worked with?
Okay, so kind of the main ones people would have heard of, I think, were most of these are closed now. Sort of creation.
I wasn't going to say it.
My CV is like games industry cancer. It's just like no.
Screw you, dude! I nearly choked on my coffee.
So Bizarre Creations, which is now gone. Codemasters, the Guildford Studio, which is now gone.
I mean, Cody's is still there, but at what cost?
Yeah, that particular studio's gone. Criterion, who bizarrely is still hanging on.
Yeah, what are Criterion doing right now?
They are doing a lot of the Star Wars stuff. And
rest in pepperoni.
Yeah. Well, they did like a VR experience for flying an X-wing, which was actually really good.
Oh, nice.
And they've been working.
Didn't they have like a full X-wing VR setup for E3 one year for that?
Yes. Yeah. And that was apparently brilliant. I mean, way better than any other recent Star Wars games.
So they're still going.
Yeah, and they're doing stuff with DICE as well. So they're doing Battlefield and Battlefront.
So we can expect them to have maybe 2 or 3 years left on the clock. Sorry,
yeah, I've touched them, but yeah, let's see how long it takes. And then Crytek.
They're doing fine.
Yeah, they're doing well. Sony in London. and Improbable, where I met your fine self.
Improbable may have been many things, but it certainly was a good meeting spot.
Yes, that's very true.
So jumping into chat, I want to say hi to Tanari Wow, Jax Gulch. Who else showed up? Mr. Squarepick. What, old friends? Caffeine would like to congratulate you, Liam, saying this is the earliest we've made that someone has nearly made Will choke on his coffee. That's
Thank
a
you
speed
very
record.
much. Yeah.
And an anonymous cheerer is now filling the pint glass with spooky tiny ghosts. So, yeah. So, Liam, you've worked like small team, large team, AAA, indie. I mean, your current setup is Pachang, right?
Yes, yeah, which is a very different studio to any of the others I worked in before. So we are a small indie studio. It's becoming more and more common now, but we're also working remotely, which is probably less so. So I'm based in Hitchin, which is like just north of London.
Hitchin's not real, by the way. Just for American viewers, Liam's just trying to mess with you. Hitchin doesn't exist.
Doesn't. It's just south of Hogwarts, if you're looking it up on a map.
Okay, dude, you joke. The University of Washington here is like literal fucking Hogwarts. It's like the soundstage for like at least one of the Potter films.
Fantastic.
It's ridiculous. Sorry.
We actually have the Harry Potter Studios soundstages just down the road from here.
Cool.
Yeah, that's quite cool.
In all fairness, the place I was staying before I've stayed a couple times, but was before I moved out to Seattle, was in Shepperton. So I had to go past Shepperton Studios. Like being able to see it so close and yet so far from Star Wars.
Nice.
Stu just saying, have you gone to the original library of the U of W? I have not, but as House Slytherin, they're less likely to let me in. Enter the brakes. So jumping back into chat, Alpha says, thanks for letting us know. So Liam, you've been at a myriad of different studios, and the current one I think is an interesting one because, so far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, so Pachang was one of those like it was started on a mobile game that went viral, like exploded, and since then the team has been doing Warhammer titles. That aren't terrible. What the hell?
There is a bit of a history there. So the company was started by two guys called Ben and Pete, who I'd worked with before at Codemasters down in Guildford.
Yeah. Codemasters, just I guess for our US viewers, Codemasters is was one of the big studios for a while, and it's pretty much if you met someone in the UK games industry, they were either from CA, Codemasters, or Jagex. Fucking Jagex.
Yeah.
Sorry, I will try and keep my swearing to a bare minimum today. Jagex are lovely, but they have a reputation at events. So.
Okay.
Sorry, please continue, dude.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Ben and Pete just thought while they're doing other things, they'd just see if they could work together. So I made this little game called Pachang, which is where the studio name comes from. More just to see if they could actually work together without killing each other. And they could, it turned out, so they just released it, and it got picked up by Apple, promoted, and like with no press or kind of marketing, it just seemed to do stupidly well, and in lots of different territories. So they kind of figured, well, let's keep doing this, but wanted to do something a little bit bigger. And Ben had worked before at ran a company called Radio Games.
Okay.
Who had done a couple of titles of their own IP called Hunters.
Hunters was like a top-down tactical game, right?
That's the one, yeah. So, bizarrely, I think he and one of the other guys from the company were flying out to, I think it was GDC, or, it might have been E3 actually. And they were on a plane, and he just kind of looked over and he saw this chap in the seat next to him was actually playing it on his iPad. And kind of asked him like, oh, do you like that? And kind of thinking he was going to impress this guy, and said, oh yeah, because that's our game. And he went, oh, that's really good, because I work in licensing at Games Workshop, and we were thinking that you'd be really good to work with.
Hey, so, was that
a bizarre little twist?
Yeah, was that I want to say Oliver? Is it Oliver? No. the...
I believe it was Owen.
Owen! God.
Who
sorry.
we work with now still.
Yeah. Owen is a lovely person, by the way. He handles... he was the original person who was responsible for like Games Workshop's sensible licensing stuff. He is, however, a very chill guy from the Midlands and finds my inordinate enthusiasm draining to the point of obnoxious. And so, every time Owen sees me, you can see him deflate just a little.
I still... Like, I'm really bad with names. And I'm really bad with faces. It's like, it's not a good combination.
Yeah, well...
so often, like, I meet people now and I can't remember where they came from, but I still really recall the first time I met you. Because we were having a morning scrum stand-up. So we're all kind of just, like, wanting to get on and get our coffee and standing around and just bumbling about what we've done the day before and what we hope to achieve that day, the usual stuff. And then this kind of weird, hyper-energetic, coked-up pirate guy turns up.
Not actually coked up, I might add.
No. I just remember we kind of walked away and we were like, that guy's not going to last here. What the hell is this? It's like, yeah, I think Dean brought him in or something. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But you're anxious.
In my defense, I got hot dropped in literally as we were doing E3. So I'd agreed to be a community manager for the project Ion, which was sadly killed. And so I agreed to take the job, and between agreeing to take it and starting, they had decided that they were going to go to E3 and announce it on the main stage. And I'm like, I've gone from community manager to congratulations, you're running all the E3 stuff. I'm like, feckin' wit. It was a good day, though. Also, I do need to jump back because I believe it was Crysticks that just picked up the Humble Bundle at the moment. And dude, if you haven't picked it up, the current Humble Bundle for like $4 is amazing.
Yes.
And I know it's a pad smasher or a mouse smasher, but they are doing Getting Over It in the $4 banding, and it's...
Yes.
Dude,
I saw that yesterday, and I thought of your videos, and I was like, I need that in my life, because what I need right now is more time wasting and frustration.
Yeah, as if independent development doesn't give you enough of that.
Exactly.
And so, Asari is saying, Will, on 5 espressos in a row. I also want to point out that Improbable had a help-yourself espresso machine, like one of those proper...
Yes.
Because, I mean, it was a tech startup, so it had lots of pointless wankery they were spending money on. I am so... Okay, I do want to do as a blanket apology. Liam and I have worked together on some... We've seen the Fire and the Fury together a couple times. So if my banter does slip into horrendous cussing, I do apologise. When shite gets bad in games industry, you find ways to cope. Mine was creative and... Mine was creative swearing. I am still proud that I managed to take all of my gender norms out of my swearing, but I'm still pretty horrendous, so I do want to apologise. Anyway, so yeah,
Fair enough.
me and Liam met working on Ion at Improbable, and yeah. I mean, Improbable Stories alone is a stream.
I think we need a lawyer for that one. I think that's...
The lawyer is also drunk.
Yes. Yeah.
So, these are the things that I want to focus on today. Mr. Squarespace said, what happened to Ion? It did. There is an Eurogamer article about it, which has pretty much all the things that I can say publicly in it. So, yeah. And it's written by Bertie, who's great people. So, here's what I want to focus on today, friends. Because I was losing my shite on Twitter earlier today. There was a whole post today about how the indie games are dead, video games are dead, everything is terrible. Valve, Jesus, Majiminy in a crisp hell basket, Valve continue to do the dumb to the point where the UK government is going to step in because they're that dumb. At a point where the British government is desperate for anything to get angry about, which is not their current situation. And
I think the problem is they haven't got anything else to focus on at the moment, so they're just, trying to...
Yeah, it must be so hard for them not having any major work they need to be doing right now. Just like with you and Bennett Foddy. Anyway, I don't mean to turn it into a political element, but Valve have done the dumb so hard this week that it might result in additional censorship in the UK for video games as a whole. And I'm livid. So, we're not going to tear into that. The reason why I'm so happy to introduce you all to Liam and to talk about Warhammer Quest, to talk about the project, is that this is an independent team that is doing it. And I mean doing it. Like, you know, you're decentralized. You guys don't have a central office, right?
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, so we're all working remotely. So we've got me up just north of London. We've got Clapham, and then we've got 3 guys in Guildford. But they're all working kind of from their own spaces. So it's still not like a kind of central hub. And it's going okay.
Cool. Just to jump into chat and answer a couple questions. So I need to put a content warning on the Valve news that it's pretty grim. If you're having a bad morning, don't look into it. It does contain discussions of sexual assault and bad stuff, which Valve done the dumb. If you want to have a look at it, the best write-ups are probably on gamesindustry.biz. I'm not going to link it through because if any of you click it through before looking up what the content is, you're going to have a bad day.
I would like to just clarify that, kind of given the current climate and stuff, not anyone at Valve being accused of any kind of sexual misconduct or anything. It's to do with games. Just in case there are any lawyers listening, let's just.
We are not making any accusations of that directly at Valve. Please don't sue me. I can't afford it. Right. I do want to focus on the good though. It's one of the things that we do here, and it's one of the things that's important. And I will admit, there's a tinge of rage behind my telling of this story enthusiastically. This is my flipping the bird to a lot of people who keep telling us again and again, indie games are dead, video games are dead, there's nothing more, there's nothing left. It's like, no, it's a functioning industry. There are a lot of people who are looking at the old ways and being like, I can't just hype a shite game for 12 months, sell it on 360 and make a profit. You've actually, got to engage. So, Okay. So let's bring it back. So, one of your studio founders met the Games Workshop team on a plane. And from there, the discussion happened. So, let's have a talk about that.
They kind of met up afterwards, went back to the Nottingham office, and the Warhammer Quest license was granted to them. They, again, as a small indie team, they had their own office, but were kind of put out, I think, in about a year or a year and a half.
Okay.
And again, did. And then from that, they went on to do Deathwatch, which was a 40k license.
Wait, they did Deathwatch as well? I didn't realise...
That went pretty well, actually. And had a Steam release as well, so I think it's still up there.
40k Deathwatch?
Again, Tyranid Invasion, I think.
So I've got 40k Deathwatch Enhanced Edition here.
Oh, yeah, that's probably it.
Which makes
sounds like a
sense.
fancy title.
Because
give something when it's
the previous title was very much a kind of like top-down tactics game, which reminded everyone a lot of games like Space Hulk and things like that, but was an iOS title.
Very much so. Yes. Yeah. And I think this was kind of hitting around the time when Games Workshop their licenses, I think, at this particular period. So I think they went from having kind of very little video game content out, which I think was probably due to a deal with THQ. Because they like the Space Marine game and had a few others, and then THQ folded.
Yep.
This is just my theory. And so I think all the licenses reverted back. And then there was just everywhere.
I think I don't know this for certain. This is just speculation. But I think there was a kind of a never again moment because what happened was that THQ just had the Warhammer license and essentially ended up sub-licensing more than anything else. And there was the huge 40k MMO, which died on its ass. There was... what's the other fecker? I mean, Relic's work was good, and Space Marine was interesting. It was definitely... It would have been the start of something, but there was also some of the regular Warhammer titles they put out. I can't remember which was the... Oh, my brain is drawing a blank. But there was one particular Warhammer RTS they put out that was such a god-awful pile of hot garbage. I am not surprised that Games Workshop were like, yeah, no more of that, thank you.
No, that's it. But I think, in the recent years, I think they kind of reassessed what they're doing with their licenses and kind of pulled everything back in and have been a lot more selective, I think, with who they work with.
And for some reason, they let you on it. Like, what's up with that?
I know. Well, I did wonder if we weren't working with Ben and it didn't have that kind of link to previous Warhammer Death Watch titles, if we would have been in with a shot, kind of coming in as a new developer. But luckily they gave us a chance, and it seems to have gone okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna throw links in here. So actually, no, we're not gonna do Death Watch because today we're here to talk about Warhammer Quest. And I have links to both. Right.
Oh, there you go.
What's up?
Just mentioned Dawn of War, which is the
the Relic series.
Yes.
It was an interesting one, and the Dawn of War series did pretty good. I think that its ability to articulate from title to title was interesting, although it's a shame the third one was trying to do this mismatch MOBA-ness of feck knows what.
Yeah, I don't know how well received that was. I remember it having some lovely trailers though. That was
it did have some lovely trailers that made no fecking sense.
That's cool. That's art. We can forgive it for that. That's fine.
That's art. Okay, so these days you've been Pachang and yourself been working on Warhammer Quest and now Warhammer Quest 2, The End Times. It's got a beast man on it. Like, what more do you need?
It does exactly. It was an interesting one because we're talking to Games Workshop, knowing that we wanted to do a Warhammer Quest game with them. And so this was around the time that Age of Sigmar was just kind of rolling out, which you kind of listening in who aren't kind of initiated, well, this was kind of their rebooting kind of and rebranding of their fantasy side of the Warhammer universe.
For those that don't know, Warhammer Fantasy Battles has been building up to this end of times. Age of Sigmar is the what happens after, and they basically broke the land. There's free form. You can have whatever armies and stuff you want together and all kinds of nonsense. I'm not a fan. I've not met someone who is a fan yet, but one of them must be out there, right?
So here's the weird thing, though. I had that opinion when it launched, and I think my main kind of initial concern as soon as I saw it was oh, so Space Marines are in Warhammer Fantasy now.
Zing!
Zing. But it's changed quite a lot. They've really fleshed out a lot of the lore and added in some kind of more interesting new races over the last kind of half year. So it's and the gameplay's changed quite a bit as well. Instead of having
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, there we go.
Man loves Sack 42
Sorry, my video's a little bit behind.
It's not a worry, it's not a worry.
Heart
Bear with us
will
just a
love
sec.
by Clove Thaco off Philosom Kitty love Glove Connor 1H Shadow love Jack love Loco love Hog love Clam love Aces Hot Spider love less than 3
still going.
purple.
Yay! Mr. Editor, I gotta say, that purple badge looks good on you, so Mr. Editor just got their 3 month in a row.
Oh, fantastic.
And DJ KN, or Digikan, whomever that was, thank you kindly. They've thrown their Twitch Prime at this, so yeah, thank
fantastic.
you loads. I'm good. Okay, but also, so to Mr. Editor, DJ. Who else came in? Alnus. I don't know if I said hi to SquarePeg, so I'm going to say hi now. To all of you who've just come in and joined us. What? Oh, and welcome. I'm talking with my good friend and games industry badass, Liam Cullen, who is your official role is your art lead?
Art director. Yeah, lead
Art director.
We're a very small team. It's kind of... It's a nice title, and it makes talking to people a lot easier. So yeah, we'll go with that. That's what my business card says.
Hey, sometimes choosing titles is more about the weapons.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Jijikin's like, you pronounced my username right the second time. That is a record for me. Usually it takes me ages. Quick question. Did you ever get to go up to Warhammer World? Because I'm told that's awesome, but I've never had the chance to go.
Yeah, we've been a couple of times now. It's really good. I mean, we've gone up and kind of visited the licensing team there, and then kind of been allowed out into the Warhammer World, and they've got a really nice, with I think pretty much all the miniatures.
Cool.
So for me, that's I could spend hours there just looking at all these things.
Oh, hell's yeah.
And they have a giant kind of 3-story high installation, which is a captive battle against forces of chaos, which is it's quite impressive. It's quite impressive, and then there's a huge shop at the end.
Because they know.
They know. Yeah.
Though I have been told that. I mean, it depends on the size of the project, but with some projects they send you freebies once you're doing a license agreement with them.
Probably.
Did you get some? Did you get any freebies?
I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
Okay, they're Fedus. But
I have reference.
I can give Owen shit about it at GDC, and he'll see me and he'll be like, because one of the cool things was I got to hang out with one of the guys who's working on More Time and now Necromunda.
Oh, very nice.
And so he keeps dragging me along to the Games Workshop license holders piss up at GDC, and every time, like I said, Owen sees me, just like. Anyway. So we've discussed Warhammer. We've discussed like the license and how you've got it. So here's what I want to talk about right now, because I'm so sick to the back fucking teeth of being told that video games can't be made, that, you know, the time of video games is done, indies are dead. You are, by my understanding, a member of an independent studio. Like, you're not beholden to a publisher, right?
No, not in the traditional sense. I mean, currently we're working with Games Workshop, who aren't publisher. I mean, they hold the IP. The business arrangement there, which is as close to having a publisher as we have.
And
certainly in terms of GBO setup, no, we don't have that in place, thankfully. I mean, it's got its pros and cons. There's, the financial... Oh, I don't know, actually. I was going to say the financial security of working for a large publisher, but that's just not true, is it?
Unless you're the one who owns the large publisher.
I think, I've actually, in my career, never found that to be true.
The mass firings and shenanigans, like, when you look back on it, like, the AAA space is brutal.
Yes, well, there's such a heavy investment, I think, and they're often run by shareholders now, which is, I mean, this is the thing, like, games failing and stuff, it's only based against the forecasts and expectations that are given to shareholders beforehand.
Yeah.
So a game now can sell like 5 or 8 million copies, like within its first half year, and still be considered a failure.
We were talking about this with Tomb Raider was the iconic one. The reboot of Tomb Raider only sold like 5 million copies or something, and they were like, yeah, but it's not 8 million, is it?
Oh, but I mean, it's not like they have paid that out in development costs beforehand and they haven't recouped the cost.
Yeah.
It's just, there was an expectation. It's like the same with the new Call of Duty. You know, it's done gangbusters you'd normally be incredibly happy with that.
Yeah.
But there was this bizarre
Stop
expectation.
that incessant clicking.
Go!
And so it's kind of written off.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, that's cool.
Mr. Domrox just gifted a sub to the community, just threw it out there, and it landed to Corafel. Domrox, that's fucking rad of you. Dom's another UK friendo, so yeah.
Good stuff.
There is a sincere possibility that you and Dom might have been drinking in proximity at a res one year. It's entirely possible.
Yeah. Welcome to the UK. That's it.
Yeah. Welcome to the UK games industry. We all know each other.
Yeah.
I hate it because everyone makes the joke, and then you're like, wait, no, but do you know this person?
Yeah. It's like 6 degrees of separation. There's always someone there.
Yeah. But you don't need the last 3.
Yeah, so Allness 49 has just said, if your target is making another Fortnite, you're going to have a problem. Heck, even Epic don't expect to make Fortnite.
True.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, there are people always chasing the tail. With Anthem,
Oh God,
which kind of from inception just looked like Destiny, which is kind of bizarre and highlights this kind of transitional nature of the games industry. That is because they're expecting people to pay an upfront premium cost for a title that is essentially an online.
Like a games as a service type thing. Just to quickly interrupt, just because Jeremiah Wheeler is in, and Wheeler Dealer in chat. He was at Sega of America before the Nod laser hit it and glassed that entire operation. So to all of you who have just joined, I'm talking to my good buddy Liam. Liam's been a games industry survivor of both AAA and indie and insane tech startups for, just shy of 15 years?
Yeah. God, that makes me worried. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. We're going to be playing the title he's currently working on, Warhammer Quest 2, in a little bit, but I needed to get some games industry banter. I needed to talk to you all about industry stuff, to talk with Liam, because otherwise I was going to just basically detonate. Yeah. And what you were saying about Apex, I think, is really interesting, because of the 2 titles that EA put out in close succession, both are kind of chasing the trends. But it does feel as if Anthem was the beloved firstborn child, and the Apex Legends was the red-headed stepchild who was just sent out to die. And Apex has now done gangbusters, and Anthem's kind of... Yeah, it turns out that all that fancy schooling don't count for shit in the real world.
Oh, so here's the thing. I would have loved to have known what would have happened if Anthem had just been released in the same manner as Apex. I mean, ideally with a bit more of a push from the marketing, but just kind of, here it is, free to play, pick it up.
Go.
Bought it by either DLC or in-game item purchases.
Yeah.
You've got to think at this point that Apex has probably made more money than Anthem has. Budget as well. So I think there's definitely something, like, I think it's perfectly valid to AAA budget that you normally put on a release box product on a free-to-play title now, because the amount that you can potentially get back in returns is so much greater.
Yeah.
Don't think the big studios or the big publishers really have kind of wised up to that yet.
No, and one of the things that we've spoken a lot about is the kind of the battleship game development, like how slow it takes to move the ship. And with things like with titles like Anthem, which is a box product from a AAA developer, but then contains a lot of additional paid content as it's going down the line, it feels like the slow boat moving towards something else. And yes. I think because Apex, I do believe was sent out to die, much like Fortnite, and because of their agility and speed, and they're able to articulate to what's currently going on. How long was it between Fortnite coming out and them adding the Battle Royale mode? Because it was only they botched that in with a month and a bit, right?
It was, and I do remember us having a chat on Discord about this.
Oh God, yeah.
Because we were like, "Hey, remember that game that died?" And then, like 3 weeks later, it was the biggest game in the world. But
Yeah.
there was that period between launch and that coming out that this thing just disappeared. Just that extra mode, and even now, like when we play it, boots up, it still has the as the first thing, and it's like just switch it around. No one is playing that.
Yeah.
Just go straight to the battle royale.
It's also interesting that H1Z1, despite having the jump on everyone, still managed to die a horrible death. Like, I don't know why Daybreak hate themselves and hate money, but that seems to be their thing. Sorry.
I don't know if there was anything from Sony side that at any point there, because I think one of the keys to Fortnite's or mainstream kind of development has been the mobile side.
Oh, that's a good point. Like, the mobile stuff hasn't been talked about, and it's something that we should chat about if we're going to talk about your work. If we're going to talk about like the survivability of your studio, like your studio is founded on mobile titles, and not like, I mean, I believe it was the first one was kind of like a physics-based marble game, which ended up going viral. But if you look at the sustainability of your studio, it's based on like conversions of tabletop games for iOS. You know, the original. Oh crap! The name's dropped out of my head. I want to say Empire, but it's not. Crusade? No. The original one before Death Watch. That your studio.
Do you mean Hunters? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Hunters is just a digital version of titles like Space Hulk.
Oh yeah, totally. No, it was. I'd like to just point out for people that jumped in, I didn't work on those. Those were developed by Radio. There's like a spiritual succession there. Just I don't want to be seen to be taking credit for anything.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, they were kind of born from that love of tabletop gaming, and yeah, as you say, Space Hulk and all those sorts of games. So yeah, there's always been that direct link, kind of progressing onto doing interpretation of them of an existing brand. Kind of seemed like a natural progression, I think.
But it's
trying to add something to it.
Yeah. And it's just that I wanted to bring in that it's something that's still so rarely discussed. It's almost, when we talk about games industry stuff, it's still only cursory, that's a word that I just made up. There's still only really a tertiary discussion of the mobile space. But, you know, the fact that you and your team have been able to make like proper in-depth Warhammer games is because of sustainability in the mobile market. From making essentially adaptations of hardcore tabletop games. Hang on, this doesn't sound like the mobile gaming conversations we've had. Surely you meant to have like a fucking bunch of like chubby ass birds scoffing candy and throwing crap at each other, right? Like, that's
I think there's a reason why no AAA publisher is forayed into the digital board game market, because on paper it's not kind of lining up with their key strategies, I think. Yeah, I mean, there are expectations. I mean, having the Games Workshop license is obviously incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
So getting picked up by and just people having some awareness. Like, there's an established user base there, fan base rather, which is incredibly helpful. But there's so many mobile games that don't have that and are doing gangbusters.
Yeah. It's a sustainable space that one can create titles in. I just quickly want to say hi to Catberry Gaming, as we haven't seen him in a while. And what? Oh, and welcome! Catberry's now over at Unity. So, whoop, whoop. Catberry, are you going to be at GDC? Because if you are, we getting safely and sensibly drunk! Sorry.
Nice.
I've still got my Unity hoodie from the last GDC, which I wore during the when the improbable Unity stuff came out. I wore my Unity hoodie for a couple of days, absolutely making no comment on that situation in any way, shape, or form. Just merely stating.
What situation was that?
I couldn't possibly comment.
All right. Just as an aside, Warhammer Quest 2 is made in Unity. Just to point that out,
Yeah.
just in case there's any
Just in case anyone's not
ambiguity
wondering.
about. Yep, any fence sitting. It's,
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
with a big old wink. But and Cadbury Gamer, I miss you too. Before being at Unity, Cadbury was at Square Enix, if I remember correctly, and did an intermediary stay as as an independent photographer, and did some of the best photos of my stupid face that I have. So yeah. The reason I bring up the Unity element is that if you look at the progression, essentially you can create a sustainable title in Unity that's using mobile as primary and then essentially Steam as secondary for survivability. And you're not sacrificing depth, you're not sacrificing quality in that space. Like, it maybe if you wanted to make like a super in-depth first-person shooter narrative adventure about, I don't know, sentient tofu, you might struggle to put that on a mobile space. But if you're just looking to make an interesting game, you can do that. And considering as, again, I don't want to get into it too much, but Valve have metaphorically pooed in the bed, and then denied that they pooed in the bed, and then when they've been called out for pooing in the bed, they went, oh, I guess we pooed in the bed. Probably shouldn't have done that. Sorry. I'm not bitter!
no.
So bad. So bad. Anyway, I guess what I'm dancing around is this idea that if we stop looking at Steam as the only place to sell indie games, it changes one's focus. Because for your team, am I correct in saying that launching on Steam came way after iOS launch, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, there are some reasons behind that. Firstly, just familiarity is a big one. Most of the team having spent the last few years working on mobile titles, and kind of having is in contacts with people around the App Store and understanding the workings there.
Yeah.
Of how best to promote stuff. It kind of made sense. I mean, there is still this between a paid for PC title and a mobile title, which means that the production time can be a little shorter. I think, like if we a fully fledged Games Workshop licensed title on Steam, we would have been expecting a much higher kind of general polish all over.
So do you think it's that comes from like user expectation per platform, or do you think that if you were proposing to users, we are making Warhammer Quest the board game, do you think you would still be delivering to the same It's
an interesting question. So, like initially, I just thinking about it, I was thinking it's because of platform expectations, but then I kind of think about Talisman,
which has done gangbusters.
Which has done gangbusters and is a great game, but it is very much just a digital version of the board game. It's like you've just scanned in the pieces and you move around. Like there's no what looks like a board. There's no kind of 3D representation. Certainly when I played it, unless it's changed. But yeah, it was like a very solid and faithful interpretation of the board game, and that's done okay. So I guess there is some expectation, but I think the pricing, like I think there's an expectation if a game comes out of Steam, on Steam rather, and it's like dollars.
Oh, how much? Sorry. There was a little breaking up there.
Sorry, yeah. Like if you released a game for like £5 or $5 on Steam, I think people wouldn't expect it to be of a particularly high quality. And if you were to release for kind of whatever the next price point, maybe kind of around 15 to 20, bit of expectation on that, because you are then in the same.
You're being put into the same weight category as those big players. Also, I just want to quickly jump on to what Cadbury was adding into the conversation, which is sustainable business is the only way to go forward. I'm not just having a product and throwing it out there. And I kind of feel a little bit like the like the beret bongo circle of games industry biz dev stuff. Because we all get it. And we're kind of sharing this information between ourselves, and we all get it. But one of the things that got me so irate today was the amount of middle-aged blokes on Twitter being like, games industry's dead, discoverability is dead, you can't make video games anymore. And seeing that disconnect between people who are just operating in that AAA space or operating in that publisher space, who can't see the entirety of the picture. I'm sorry to derail the conversation a little bit, but...
Oh no, it's a really interesting topic.
Because Valve have been the only place to buy and sell games in the PC space for a long-ass time. I don't know how much longer that's going to continue. But it also means that those people at a publisher level who are looking at the same markets in the same way are getting vastly different data from what's actually happening. And I feel that discussing it with you, discussing it with everybody here in chat, it feels like, you know, we are the enlightened talking to the enlightened. Like, we all get it. So,
Yeah.
I want to acknowledge that there is a disconnect between the amount of knowledge that we are sharing here and that we have. And individuals in a genuine decision-making process do not have the same amount of information. They don't have the same amount of visibility that we do. And that's a little bit scary.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just going back, I mean, the subject of visibility is a huge one. And I think this is kind of one of the issues with Steam is that you can release and no one will see it, just to get featured, or being able to allow people to pre-order.
Yeah,
requires something like 10,000 wish lists or something, which is huge for, you know, if you're putting out your first game or you're putting out a small game, like even Wargroove didn't meet that criteria, I believe.
Fucking Wargroove.
Which is exactly, yeah, and that makes me feel good, because that's a fantastic game that I believe, kind of looking at the charts, how it's done on the Switch charts, hopefully it's done really well for those guys. But if even they,
if even
that
they
initial
don't
pre-launch visibility, then
but
that's
it's
cool.
you know, it's fine. It's not like you're giving Valve 30%.
Yeah, but that's
I went there. I told you I was mad. I told you I was mad. I just threw my empty bag of Twizzlers on the ground.
Yeah. you get a lot of service for your 30%.
Oh, totally.
It's a lot. And I mean, when you're looking at the other costs of making a game now, so about Unity, so people have access to these tools now that you know, we didn't have like even 5 years ago.
Yeah, true. What are you talking about? You had CryEngine. That was great, right?
That wasn't free though, right?
No, you had to pay them a shitload of money.
Well, you still do. You still do.
Oh yeah, true.
Crunch and still.
But you
have
can
royalties.
use Lumberyard though, so you can use
You
can use CryEngine minus Crytek.
with better documentation.
Yeah. And a zombie clause. Also, CryEngine minus Crytek is the title of my next sitcom that I'm writing. Just letting you all know.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if you actually finish your point, dude, and then I want to articulate on something that Catberry threw in.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, so you do have access to all these awesome tools now. So a lot of it, like the main resource that you're looking at, is time and potentially funding.
Yeah.
To put something out, which is great because it opens up to a lot more people. But there's been a huge shift over the last couple of years of switching from kind of upfront costs for development tools to a either subscription plan.
Yeah.
And those add up really quickly. So.
And who's taking what cut at what point as well?
But this is it. It starts to get quite complicated because you have, like Quixel have got their Megascans tools, which take a percentage cut.
Yeah.
Which once you start factoring that in, plus everything else, that kind of 30%
ends up
starts disappearing quick.
Yep.
So
and it's and where they're taking that, because if they're taking that 30%, the difference between like profit and revenue becomes like night and fucking day. You know,
Yeah.
So we're taking 30, Valve take 30% of your revenue, not of your profit. So one of the things that was really cool is, and I think this information was discussed. Obviously, I know you can't comment as Liam, but one of the things is that Games Workshop don't ask for their return on licensing or their cut until you broke even, which is something I just want to take a quick moment to celebrate before I start throwing more shoes at Valve.
So yeah, I probably can't comment on anything contract-wise, but just hypothetically, there are different ways people work or handle their licenses. Some will want you to pay for it.
Yeah.
Some will give you a license and then recoup a percentage of either way from launch or after you've recouped X amount that you've agreed with them beforehand for development costs.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll bump the percentage up once you're into just full profit mode.
Yeah.
And some, who I won't name, and this is definitely not Games Workshop, I will say that, would like you to pay an extortionate amount of money up front, and then also expect somewhere in the region of around 40%.
That's 40
afterwards.
0%. So you've got your license holder. We're gonna say Maflan for Flamf. Oh, sorry, Maflan for Flamf is both the meme that haunts me and our like when you can't name a license.
Oh, I know. Yeah, don't worry. I was expecting to bring Maflan for Flam up at some point.
Oh, were you? Were you now?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Fuck's sake. So yeah, Maflan for Flam's taking 40, Valve's taking 30, and it's like, oh, what have I got left? Oh, I've got a few quarters and, I don't know, a bag of skips and a half-eaten digestive biscuit. Brilliant. Brilliant.
So you've got that, and then you've got software costs on top.
Oh, God, yeah. So Ark of the Conclave is saying, why would anyone agree to those terms? Because, like, I'm not saying Star Wars, I'm saying Maflan for Flam, but if you look at the reach of Maflan for Flam...
Maflan for Flam, yeah.
It's going to go global, whereas your game might only struggle to be regional. But then they know this. Maflan for Flam is fully aware of the value of their license, and therefore go, yeah, you can give us 40% of your money. We own Mark fucking Hamill. We can make him say it like that. Sorry, I meant Maflan for Flam. I couldn't possibly
Maflan for Flam, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, dude, I took it way off of topic. So, Catberry...
No, that's cool, but that's it.
We'll get back to your topic in just a second. So, yeah, go for it, dude.
Sorry, I thought you were going to go with Catberry. Yeah, it's a gamble when you have licenses or anything like this. You need to... I think it might have been Catberry that was talking about sustainability. You need to fund the project you're working on. And then you need to fund the period between... you're recouping the costs that you spent on that project, enough in to fund the next project for long enough that you can start putting out to then recoup the costs. And so it is a big balance. So definite examples where people have just way overspent on budget and come up with ridiculous project will make. But like you were saying, I think smaller teams and more experienced teams, and more teams than the media would have you appreciate, do understand this, and that's how people generally work. Because otherwise, nobody would be making games at all. And yeah, going back to what we were saying earlier, a lot of these reported huge failings really aren't failings. They haven't met these
almost unobtainably lofty goals.
Ridiculously lofty, goals that were set before the project even started.
Also, the amount of Maflan for Flam in chat. Why do you all try and unravel me? What did I do? Fucking hell. So, yeah, Britt Neimel, Ark the Conclave, Alnus, all of you. Firstly, what ho and welcome. Secondly, but yeah, it is something that's really, really worth talking about, especially considering, Hey, Des, Okay, sorry. So those of you who topped up the cup. So Britt Neumel and who was that before? Darn it, I must have missed it. So if you threw bits into the bit cup, sincerely thank you, because that just pays me to keep doing this. And Des just slamming 100 bits in there. Thank you kindly. So what I was going to add there was I was going to Alpha saying you've got no one to blame but yourself. What I was going to add is that one of the interesting examples of this like lack of sustainability and how licenses can fecking kill you is Telltale. Because...
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Dude, every one of their successful titles was a licensed title.
Yeah.
They must have been playing costs all over the place. And there is no way the Batman license was cheap. Because they know. Like...
Yes.
One of the things that's really interesting with Games Workshop, and I can get into this, I don't think you can, dude, is that Games Workshop price their licenses based on the size and scope of what you want, and also dependent on the popularity. If you want Warhammer 40,000, that is to say, the entirety of the 40k universe, you're looking at some massive numbers. But if you want one conflict in the Horus Heresy about a faction that no one particularly likes, and it's a romantic visual novel... You know, if you want to date Horus on a tiny planet, that's going to be a much, much cheaper license because they understand sub-licensing or the idea of looking at it. I can assure you that Vermintide was a cheaper license than something that would encompass all of the old world of Warhammer. The game that Liam's working on, or worked on, is Warhammer Quest. It is based on the Warhammer Quest IP. So it's not Warhammer Fantasy Battles, it's Warhammer Quest. And so those kind of deconstructions, Games Workshop understand that. DC Comics know that Batman's worth a fuckload of money, if you'll forgive my cussing. There are Batman games already out there.
You've got to think, right?
Yeah, and they make hella money. So Telltale go to DC and we're like, yeah, we want to make a narrative choose your own adventure game around. Well, not choose your own adventure really, because it's only one adventure. We want to make a story game based on Batman. DC's like, yeah, great. That'll be a shitload of all of your money, please.
I mean, that's an interesting situation because curious to know how Batman came about.
Right.
Whether it was Batman license, because is it Warner Brothers? I'm not sure who.
It is Warner Brothers. Because when you see a PC port, you Warner Brother.
Yeah. Hey.
It's still funny. It's been years. It's still funny.
But I don't know if they were actually involved in the Telltale games.
Sorry, I'm getting booed from chat.
But I don't remember seeing their license. Moose. Wonder whether they were approached by Warner Brothers or one of the publishers.
Or whether they went to them.
Walking Dead. Yeah, I mean, because it seems. I don't know. You've got The Walking Dead. I think they already had Game of Thrones at that point.
Yeah, but it's also worth pointing out that Game of Thrones hadn't. The Walking Dead hadn't hit the peak that it had initially.
Okay.
So, Walking Dead was a successful comic, but video game adaptations of comics aren't that common. They happen, certainly, but they're not as common. You know, where's my Saga video game, right? Just saying. Anyway.
This does raise an interesting question about licensed titles in general. There aren't as many as you would expect.
Yeah.
And certainly not compared to like a decade ago when they were just everywhere. Any film came out, kind of launch day, the game to go with it.
Yeah.
And it would normally not be that great because it would have been cobbled together
it's
very quickly because the game studios wouldn't be allowed to see the script. I think it's often
they also wouldn't have access to the talent and they wouldn't have access to like any of the named characters. So I was at Sega QA during the kind of the last death throes of them having the Marvel license, and yeah, Like, when you look at how the Marvel Cinematic Universe has become now one of the most powerful forces in media, and you think the Marvel video game universe is a few
I mean, I was
forgettable
just the other
360
day.
titles.
It's
Sorry,
like
go for it.
where are the tie-ins? Like you've got all the MCU. I think there was like an Iron Man game on the 360.
There was, and it's best left there.
Yeah, but I mean, even just sticking characters in a Dynasty Wars clone would be, would make money. You'd think.
Yep. And they managed to fail doing that. But it's okay. Will could rant about like the failure to translate the Marvel Cinematic Universe into a good video game until the Breaker Dawn. But what I want to focus on is that you're right. There were these movie cash-in titles, and they died because the production cycle of a video game and the production cycle of a movie are very, very different. And for the most part, they were looked upon as either a quick cash grab or as advertising for a big movie.
Well, I think this is, if memory serves, this is kind of how Warner Brothers got into games, just linking it back to Batman.
Yes, thank you.
Is that I think rather than outsourcing their licenses to different studios, they just went, why don't we do it?
We could just have our own in-house team.
We can just do it, yeah. And so I think that's kind of developed. And then kind of from there, we've had things like Shadows of War, Shadows of Mordor, or whatever it's called. So they kind of branched out from that.
There was also, the Batman games were a reinvigoration. Like after everyone was kind of burnt out on these cash-in titles, it's which was the first one? I want to say it was Arkham Asylum.
So yeah.
And that was something special.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are getting into the weeds of the varying licenses. What I want to bring this back to is that the amount of cash that it takes to do one of those is redonkulous. And so there is value in taking a license. This isn't a don't ever take a license, lad. Because, we were joking about this the other day, but we were playing this indie title, which was like one-person project No Man's Sky. And everyone in chat, and my incoherent self, was going, why isn't this a Star Wars game? Stick a Star Wars license on it, change this ship into the Millennium Falcon or any other notable ship. Go.
Yeah.
Give me an open world Star Wars Elite game. Make it on a budget. Like, I don't need DICE level graphics. And, yes, the new Star Wars Battlefront's very pretty, but it's also a tepid, boring, visually gorgeous, ultimately unfulfilling dullfest.
It's a very formulaic. I mean, they've just kind of reskinned Battlefield and
With
just run with
less stuff in it. Like,
it too.
Sorry, I
It
didn't mean
seems
to.
like-
I didn't mean to get into rant mode. I just wanted to add on to that there is value, especially for a small team, of getting a license. That's not the takeaway here. The takeaway, if anything, is that if Valve is asking 30% and Maflamp is asking 40%, Maflamp is going to result in you making millions of sales worldwide for this much. Valve want this much for no additional support. They're going to host your game, but now they're not the only people who can do that. There are multiple storefronts you can work with. And they're not going to curate their storefront. They're not going to stop you from being up against, smash your fist up a beagle simulator. And even when when people try and put out incredibly egregious titles on that platform, they're like, open platform, we don't do anything about it.
Yes.
So that was.
So I think this is a nice little shuffle.
Thank you. I do try.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that's generally really interesting about the Epic storefront. Apart from the fact it doesn't have a comment section, which I love, which I know they got a lot of hassle about, but kind of going to a Steam comments section recently, I went, oh yeah, this is a toxic shit bin. I don't want to be here.
There is, dude. I have looked at so many games. I've worked on so many games the Steam forums have never been of any use, and apart from occasionally a technical post, which I could have got by Googling, there is no value in the Steam forums at all. The Steam review system is, frankly, ridiculous. And it took them
I think that's
years.
one of those things. Yeah,
It took
sorry.
them years to work through the abuse that was being put on that system, like false reviews to push a game up, review bombing when people said something like, "Hey, maybe don't be bad to women."
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe don't be bad to women. Review bomb. Review bomb.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Sorry. Thank you for letting
it's
me
weird.
go off on a tangent there.
When you give everyone the same level of power, you can't see people abuse it to some extent.
It's not to say that people shouldn't have a voice in that space, but if you're going to give that many people that kind of voice, there must also be a responsibility. If you post hate speech on a platform, it is the platform's responsibility to either boot you off or destroy your comment or warn you or handle it. That is the job of the platform. They can't just go, "Oh, well, we just said anyone could comment here, and oh, look, there's a bunch of Nazis." Like, that's not... It's... When you want to ignore the responsibility that Valve has on so many fronts, it's no longer negligence, it's egregious. And it smacks of no respect for video games as a medium and no respect for people who play them. Sorry, okay.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to agree with me on this one, dude. I needed to
Oh
get that out
no!
of the system.
I do. I think there's a certain expectation that things should happen automatically, and that's not always going to be the case. But I think once something has been flagged, then you expect them to act on it. Whether it's Steam or it's Twitter or anything like this, there should be a particular kind of review process and can be dealt with. I mean, they're not.
They can afford
They have
to.
their own ethical code. Yeah, there's that.
Cadbury's saying like Valve will have to hire like 1K more people. Cadbury, like with the budget, I could get that team up and running in the Greater Seattle area in a month. Hi, I need 1,000 people who are willing to work for above minimum wage to review Steam games. I wonder where we'll find those people.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think Twitter have only got, some employees worldwide.
Yeah.
They take on contractors and will ramp up at peak times, like around elections, to get people to catch them. But for the amount of traffic that goes through that's nowhere near enough people to be kind of policing it humanly. And I guess the same's got to be true of Steam. But it's just that thing that when something is kind of brought up or something is turning into this little den, you would hope that they would do something about it.
I know. And I apologise if I'm getting a little bit soapboxy because there are logistics and there are, things to take into consideration and sensible problems. It's just today's nonsense. This whole week's nonsense. There's nothing that you can defend about. Anyway. So, to those of you who have just joined us, what and welcome. I'm stepping down off the soapbox a little bit. I'm joined by Liam Cullen, who works on the Warhammer Quest games. We have been talking about moving into the indie space and marketplaces, which is to say that Will has been enabled to rant incoherently about his current ragey points. What I do want to do now is we're going to keep talking about these projects, but we're going to move on to some gameplay. So I'm going to throw Warhammer Quest up. We're going to have a little faff around with that, and I'm going to do some murders, but we're going to go for... we're going to continue these topics, but with a background of video gaming in. So you all can see the project that Liam's been working on, and hopefully we can murder a goblin in the face or something. Because I'm still bitter. Dude, I got betrayed by goblins in Warhammer Total War. Still mad about it. Still mad.
Green blood doesn't wash out easy.
Yeah, but it's great as face paint. It's great as face paint.
Lovely.
Right. So, bear with me all a second, as I need to kick this off. So yeah. Oh, and let me grab you all a copy. So this is the game we're going to be busting out today. Ishika says, wait, you were betrayed by the Green Horde? How were you not counting on that? Because goblins are usually mischievous enough to know who to cause mischief against. And for some reason they decided they weren't going to start a fight with High Elves. That's the betrayal.
Well, while we're waiting for this to lit up and
Indeed.
we're talking about licensing and stuff,
Go on.
the Avengers is a big one that's kind of missing at the moment. But are there any kind of glaring that you would expect someone to be using the license of in terms of games?
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, so I'm really into my comics, and I'm still amazed no one has done The Wicked and the Divine. I believe there's been some banter about doing a TV show based on that, but nothing. There's a whole bunch of gaming stuff, but from what I understand, the people who were working on a Neil Gaiman video game kind of did a take the money and run. Now, I don't know that for sure,
okay.
but that is the internet rumor. Who are also the same people who were supposed to be making the Homestuck game, and then that didn't happen.
Okay.
And that didn't happen so hard that Andrew Hussey had to make a development team to deliver the Homestuck game from the Kickstarter. Now, Alice is saying Hellboy. I'd love to see something. For Hellboy, I'd love to do something a la Deus Ex. Just, a 4-5-1 style game. Cadbury says a Homestuck game will sell like hotcakes, and it did. It did, but mostly through Kickstarter. And with some very successful Kickstarter games, they tend to do great during their initial, and then they sell amazing, but no one talks about them because they've already had the hype around the Kickstarter. Alan says, wait, they did that to Hussey and Gaiman? Have they not been vaporized by fans of both? Dear Alness, there are several people in the games industry or orbiting around the games industry who I still don't know why they haven't been vaporized by fans.
That's true.
What about you? What's one that you're surprised people haven't adapted in the video game space?
Man, so there's loads of comics, like you said, but kind of going back years. But so we've had a Jurassic Park game recently by Frontier.
Yes, which was much better than the Telltale one. Boom! Said it.
But yeah, I'd expect a third-person action game kind of based around that. I think the Lego games have really done well with their licensed games recently.
Yeah. I think they've done it
So
really...
proven that the market's there.
I think the Lego games did a really good job because they set forward such a simple premise and then they tweak and change and adjust based on that particular license. Now, if we're being completely unreasonable in terms of requests, one of the reasons why I'd love to see an Avengers game is that the power levels and the different ways in which characters interact with the world through their abilities, I think could make for a really interesting experience. You know, what is a guy with an arm who can punch good? What is he like next to a literal god of thunder?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so many lovely little dynamics and characters and individual stories that you can have going on in there that it just seems a bit like an untapped.
Hells yeah. Sorry, I want to jump into chat because there's been some great ones. So compliments of Cap saying the Aragorn books. Didn't they make those into kind of sort of a film series that didn't? I forget.
They did one film with Joss Stone in, and I think maybe John Malkovich. I can't remember who the bad guy was. It might be Jeremy Irons, but it was so bad it killed the entire series. And I think that was one of the ones that had a spin-off game, like the Narnia ones, which were kind of grabby style ones. But yeah, for such a huge series.
Yeah, if you don't mind me doing a tiny tangent, one of my favourite things is for some of those PS2 era tie-in games, the approval process on them was super lax. So there's a Revenge of the Sith game where you can play as Anakin, win, murder Obi-Wan, and then just become like the ruler of the universe.
See, that's good.
Yeah. The
Why not?
Wachowskis did a second ending to the Matrix trilogy in their PS2 game. I think it was The Path of Neo.
Right. Okay.
Where they made a mech of all the different Agent Smiths come together to form like a Godzilla-sized monster, and you have to fight it. And
Brilliant.
honestly, I would have taken that over the kind of the Cyber Jesus ending.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, reason 237 why I'm gutted you're not coming to GDC. On the Friday night of it, they're doing a Matrix screening plus rave. At the DNA Lounge in San Francisco, and I'm really tempted to go.
That sounds superb. Oh man. But I was just thinking about it. Harry Potter.
Oh yeah.
Is another one. Had a series of games which were, I think, for the most part, all entire garbage.
Yeah.
For no reason.
From my understanding, and I don't know if this is one that you can comment on, but it's due to the disconnect. So like, Warner Brothers holds the Potter license from the from what's her face.
Darling.
Yeah, Miss ate
Yeah.
out of a bin until she made millions. I kid. I'm very. It's always nice to hear stories about people who have fuck all and then through creative or artistic projects manage to succeed. But anyway.
That's the dream we're all chasing.
Right. So with Rolling, the Rolling Estate has licensed the Potter series to Warner Brothers, but only in the capacity of the films. So
Yes.
they can't make an original game or a game that deviates from the films because of their licensing agreement. So if you want to make a Harry Potter game, you got to go to Warner's, and then Warner's have to go to Rolling if it's anything that's not directly from the movies,
Yeah.
which is feckin'. Oh.
I mean, I can understand wanting to retain that creative control, but there, I think there's something there. And again, like there are Lego games,
Yeah.
more fun than kind of the main official time.
Okay, so I'm just gonna slowly fade this one out. Right, dear friends. So you've all been putting up with a lot of banter. Oh, but actually, before we roll off, as soon as I'm ready to move on, then someone brings up a great topic. Sadlin points out the Chronicles of Riddick games. Oh, those were so good.
And the films.
I mean,
I hate to say it. Yeah.
the games understood what it was that made Riddick an interesting character and how to throw him in. And it was weird how the films lost kind of track of how to make him interesting as it went on. It kind of... wait, the last one was pretty alright. It wasn't terrible. But the one where he's, like, fighting the undead, like, sword
And Judi
Nazis.
Dench as a... Yeah.
Yeah, Judi Dench is a wizard. And I don't mean that in film. I mean in general, Judi
compared
Dench
to,
is a
like,
wizard.
the prisoner in the first game. Yeah, it was a bit weird. We'll leave it at that. But of course, the correct answer to licensing is Power Rangers. That is still the game I'm waiting for, or wanting to make.
Doesn't Nick owe you that license? I'm pretty sure Nick does. I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be waiting for that for a long time. But, yeah, that's the dream.
So Beeler was saying, are there any Doctor Who games? There have been. They've not been bombastic, but they've been alright. Mr. Squarepeg says, I want to see a World of Darkness game you play as a vampire in the Dark Ages. There was one which was kind of a Diablo-inspired, we have like a little Diablo-inspired RPG where you have a little group of heroes. The first half of the game takes place in the Dark Ages. Second half takes place in like the 90s. It was alright. Like a lot of the World of Darkness games, it suffered from having a very short budget for a very high concept. And like Bloodlines, it was a bit broken on launch. Not awful, but broken. If you play it with patches and fan patches, it's very good. Why is it, dude, that I can't remember what time of day it is, but if someone's like, oh, I want a Vampire the Masquerade title, I'm like, well, I think you'll find there are actually these several video games. And Greenfire's bringing up from the TV show Dark Angel. It had a PS2 game. It did. I never
Oh,
played it.
yes.
I don't think it was very good. Okie dokie. So this might be a little loud to start with, friends. So I'm going to boot this up now. Let's get this over to gameplay. And let's go from there.
I see some numbers who I know from your previous casts. Some numbers 26, I should say. Says, I would want a Power Rangers game with every single series. And that's why I like this guy. He gets it.
That's why you two get on.
Oh, she. Sorry, didn't mean to assume.
Right. That's one good-looking Minotaur. Bear with me on just a second. Also, I decided that our character's name is Lord Thick Von Runfast. I haven't hit the options menu yet, so I can't turn it down.
Oh
so
no!
You're not going to be able to hear Liam for a moment, but the end times are here. The three-eyed king is leading his armies of chaos as they make their final assault on the old world. Heroes from all races and lands are venturing forth. Sworn enemies stand shoulder to shoulder, fighting the demons of the apocalypse. Proud warriors search for powerful artifacts to aid their lords in the coming war. Sorcerers toil for untold powers, while witch hunters seek to settle long-held scores. Dark elf assassins fill ledges with blood, and berserk dwarf slayers topple the mightiest of foes. Aldorf, the once shining capital city of the Empire, is thick with the stench of chaos and plague. In these desperate days, would-be enemies form uneasy pacts to fight the dark forces. Two such unlikely allies, Captain of the Empire and a dark elf sorceress. This is a rom-com, isn't it, Deed? It's a rom-com. I've put
They all share a flat in Europe.
It's a reboot of Spaced, isn't it? But instead of it being...
I wish.
Sorcerers have put aside their differences and band together to complete an otherwise impossible quest. They are tasked with retrieving the mace of Hellstrom, an invaluable item to both dark elves and humans in the fight against chaos. Dauntless, the city of ruins beneath... Dauntless, enter the city beneath the city of whatever. The city of enter the city of whatever. I know what I'm doing, so let me get to the... There we go. Here we go. Whew. I had fun with that. I'll level with you.
I think next game, I think we got to hire you for all the voiceover work.
Dude, considering the amount of beers you've bought me over the years, I think it's fine. Like, I think you've already paid me for that. Here we go.
Fantastic.
Window mode, quality max, done. There we go. Okay, so here we go. Whew. Let's come back over here and just quickly re-add that. I do apologise. Sean Peoples, who's another game dev we have in our chat frequently, has also said that I get to do voice acting for his next title. I'm like, done. Brilliant. Alna says the three-eyed king only shows up when he's had at least 10 pints.
Hey Will, what does chaos smell like?
It smells like victory. Warhammer Quest! Or Quest, as I've misspelt it, but it's fine. Everything's fine.
Will.
Yes.
You keep coming a little bit. I don't know if that's just for me or for other people.
Lamentably, that is just for you and I over the powers of Discord. However,
okay.
On occasion, I've lost the odd word of yours, so I do apologise, good sir.
Okay, likewise.
Discord, while a lovely operation, does have its slight problems. It's not
it's free. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, and it means we don't have to use Skype, so I'm happy.
Yay. Okay, no, that's all good. That's all good.
Oh, right.
Sorry, I just read Fangle Spangle's comment saying, I've just met these two and I already shipped them. And I thought for a moment they were talking about us, but I assume they're talking about the characters in the game, so that's...
God, I hope so. Oh, and Camel attacks like raspberries! Chaos smells like raspberries! And Isaac Grid says, if we can play as heroes from all races and all times, can we or can't we play as Dan Jones? Liam, Dan Jones, confirmed DLC future titles?
Very much so. Very much so. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
That's exclusive.
Alright, so these two are going to do the open door side-by-side maneuver.
Boom. Yeah, there we go. Straight into it.
Yeah, I'm not going to feck around. End that turn. Wait, what are you doing over there? Fine, fine.
Oh, he's messed up already. Oh, see, I'm doing that thing again, right? I'm now just watching you play nervously rather than us talking about anything.
Boff! Ever seen a rat get hit by a lightning bolt? You have now, folks!
Boom, there it is.
Get crit. The old... Talk heck, get hecked. Alness says I blame the devs. Yeah, swords, and then we've got to hit the rat with the mace. That's just... How did you miss?!
No, there you go, you got it. Oh, no, you did! Oh, sorry, my video's a little bit behind. Oh. Oh.
Alright, I'm going to turn down the Hans Zimmer Hans sounds a little bit more. Hey, at least your audio sliders actually work. We've had a few games lately where the audio sliders have just been a decorative addition.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I think everything works as it should do. I hope. I'm saying that now. Desperately touching wood at the same time.
Okay. End that turn. Right. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so... Ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, this is Warhammer Quest. Technically, this is Warhammer Quest 2, but there isn't a Warhammer Quest 2 on Twitch at the moment. And I'd rather you all know which game it is rather than have it as games and demos. Because the first game is also viable. But if for some reason you wanted to give this a crack by yourself, most likely, because you're sick to death of me playing it terribly and getting killed, I've dropped you a link there. So, right. Caffeine says, I figure out what the problem, Will. You haven't made a sacrifice to Zeech. Oh, Liam, did I remember to do a sacrifice before we started? I can't remember.
I don't think you did.
Oh, I knew! Turn on the ring light, get a coffee, sacrifice to Zeech. I knew it was one of those! Damn it! I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. Just although, as a proponent of the Venga boss, I'm actually more Slanesh than Zeech. Just saying.
Yes.
Please hit the rat with a hammer.
Come on, you can do it.
There we go. It's not hard. Oh! It's simple. We kill the bat. Oh! Stab a bat in the chest. Do-de-do, apples and pears. Right.
So there was a little pop-up there about changing the perspective, which is one of the things. Yeah.
Right,
oh
so
gosh, I'm trying to
rotate.
think about how to do it. Yeah, and you can pitch
Dude!
as well.
Dude!
There you go. Yeah.
That's so cool! I was like, alright, I'm digging the top-down style, because I played a little bit of one of the Hunters, and I played Warhammer Quest 1. And I was like, okay, well, you can clearly see the grids. Also, I did want to make a nice little nod that the opening room you have has a very clear floor tile pattern, as to denote the fact that this is a grid-based game.
Yes. Yeah, very much so.
As if just to be like, this is how many spaces you can move. And then from here, it goes to a more organic setup, because... when we select our characters, we can see their movement. But we can now do it like this!
Yes. There you go.
Also, I get the whole, Dark Elves, a cult of excess and things like that. But when going into a dark, cold, dank dungeon, maybe just a jumper. Like, I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Just a nice knitted top or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to say, I mean, one of my I can't think what the word is. Concerns is not right, but when we came to kind of looking at the characters that we were going to include and talking through it with the Games Workshop, kind of looked at the Dark Elf Sorceress and her garb, and kind of thought, a bit dated, maybe, but kind of talking to them and going through and looking at how the male Dark Elves are dressed, and then comparing them to like the Wood Elves, it's a very really look for them.
Okay,
Like,
well, I think
it defines them as a race, and it's across the board with the kind of the male and the female. So
okay.
was kind of okay with that, because then you also have other elves who don't dress like that. So it's more that is how they kind of represent themselves.
Yeah. And
Going back to like more kind of the kind of Celtic woad warriors, that sort of thing.
Aside from the Dark Elves, were there any other challenges that came from working with the Warhammer IP? Because, dude, it's been around since the 80s. Like, and I'm very glad that they've updated the Dark Elves to be kind of like, you know, showing skin across the board. I'm sure there's a few armoured codpiece Dark Elf designs. But were there any other challenges that came up from working with this IP specifically? Also, we're going to feck over a Wood Elf, apparently. I don't know.
So I think for me the biggest thing was just understanding what they wanted to see for the interpretation of their license. So the first character I worked on was a Minotaur. He's a fairly large character, but I was like, oh, okay, I know what Minotaurs look like. I can make a really cool Minotaur.
Yeah.
And they were like, they're really good with their feedback, and they came back and kind of like, oh, maybe you could try doing this and this. And so I made some changes, and they were like, yeah, it's kind of getting along the right lines, but maybe a bit more like this. And then it kind of got to the point I was like, oh, miniatures. And it's like, yeah, we have a look for our characters. It's like, oh, okay, I get this now. So like the first character took, I don't know, maybe a couple of months for sign off from start to finish. Whereas now it's like a fraction of that time, because they kind of understand what they're looking for, and they're not exact, but they've got such a knowledge of their own IP that they know what they look for. They know what distinguishes one type of elf from another, like down to the facial features and characteristics that you'd expect to see in that. So as long as you and the criteria, there's room for interpretation and wiggle. So like if you look at the stuff that Creative Assembly have done,
not those guys.
Not those chumps. Their their characters and concept art aren't always exactly the same as if you'd gone and got one of the minis in Games Workshop, but they all adhere to the same kind of styling, and key characteristics. So it was just kind of getting and learning what they would expect and how they like their that IP handled. Learning curve, just I think more from my inexperience of working with a licensed product.
And I think what was really interesting is we've been playing the Curse of the Vampire Coast at the moment, and no, I'm not doing any more well, actually I am going to keep doing Vampire Facts, but so we've been doing Curse of the Vampire Coast, and what's been really interesting is finding out that some of the concepts and designs from that are actually new creations, not based on the miniatures, but yet they fit the aesthetic and the design of the world really well. And that's been something that's as much a testament to CA's ability as it is to how Games Workshop handle their licensing stuff. Like you can't tell what are the units that don't exist in the base game. You can't spot them because they fit with the world so well. And from what I've heard about working with GW, like they are very clear on their feedback, but they're not assholes about it. So
no, I mean, like, from my experience, they've been. I think this is probably the best, like the most clear and direct and understandable, and consistent as well. They've got a great team, and like I say, they know their. Is
alrighty.
work with.
So we got ourselves a Wood Elf Glaive Guard, a Glade Guard. We got ourselves a Bug of Gold and a Griffin Shield. So Matey von Hammersmash is probably getting the shield, and this is the prologue. The enemy of my enemy. My thanks for the aid, states the Wood Elf as your warriors release her from her chains. Should have read that ahead of time. Well, congratulations. She's going to be from Yorkshire because I can't do very many voices. A larger beastman with a broken horn and a mace left me here for them. She gestures to the fallen monstrosities. I can track his trail. He's headed west towards Canterbury. Each driven by their own reasons, your eclectic party heads after the broken horned beastman. Should probably get that looked at. Enemy of my enemy.
There's a vet somewhere making bank.
Yeah. Alnus adding, CA seems to do a good license work, but they have to research, interpret, and adapt their historic series, so it seems like the skills transfer over well. True. The great thing about Warhammer is that you can be right.
Stop that incessant clicking!
Yo! Well, I don't know who it was, but some anonymous Mother Hubbard just gifted a sub to Catberry Gaming. So whoever that was, thank you kindly. Oh, there we go. Catberry, you can't leave now. You're locked in. Oh, that's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. This is a complete tangent. I guess I just want to say this because I'm hanging with you, dude, is that since doing this full time, this has been fucking rad. And as you and I have worked on several projects which we've never been able to show off to the world, and I've done some cool stuff that I'm never going to be able to put out on the internet. You know what? I spend my days talking about games, trying to help people like release their games and showing them off generally, and I'm very happy with this. And it turns out I managed to find a cool bunch of people on the internet as well.
Yes, yeah, you definitely have done. I was saying, I think before we started proper, before it started filling up, that your little community that you've gathered, I think, is one of the nicest in the whole realm of gaming. So it's really nice to see that your efforts and your passion, I think, is being well received and given back to you.
Thank you, dude. And whoever this anonymous Mother Hubbard is, whoever is hunting for House Carl, has given another sub out, but this time to Alness. That's fucking kind of you, thank you. Also, dude, we just saw the effects on the game map, like moving a little piece over and then the area rising up. Dude, that's gorgeous.
I mean, Game of Thrones stole that from us.
Those bastards. I knew they got it from somewhere. Time-traveling wankers.
Indeed.
They stole your idea and then travelled back in time.
Well, you know, they've got the budget. They can do that sort of thing.
So Mr. Squarepeg's asking us the hot industry questions. Have you seen that Microsoft has an open source calculator? I have not. I'd like to know what the art pipeline is for the open source calculator before we decide whether or not to use it.
Maybe there's a huge market just opened up there in selling skins for the Microsoft calculator. There's an untapped area we can get into. Dude,
loot crates for the calculator. When you calculate really high numbers, there's a chance for a loot crate to drop, but you have to pay keys to unlock them. And it's not just skins for the calculator, it's different buttons as well.
Oh, yes.
And the thing is, the number buttons are more common than the additional buttons, so if you want to get a full set, you've got to get a lot of drops.
Do you work for Activision?
I might actually have consumed a part of the devil. I lost an eye in a bar fight, and it was replaced with a demonic eye. So yeah, that's my thing. I disagreed with. I had to grind for 6 hours to unlock my multiplication key. Arc of the cover with thanks. I hate it. Oh, damn, it feels good to be evil sometimes. Right, do you fancy a pint? I'm going to go into the tavern. So I'm going to go into the tavern. Does everybody want anything? Like a new dark sorceress, apparently. I mean, I was looking for some beer, but apparently all we can buy is a new loincloth and a staff.
Okay.
Alness, they had to patch out the 5318008 exploit. Cadbury says that slave layer outfit. Yeah.
It's a winner. It's a winner.
I mean, I was gonna wear that for this stream, but unfortunately, it was actually there was a little bit of slow.
This is why I'm not on camera.
Yeah. No, there was a bit of snow in Seattle this morning, which was weird. But it was an English amount of snow, so it's gone already.
Oh, bless it.
Yeah, it gave it a try. So we've got... well, I guess we'll come back to the tavern after. So what have you got? We've got
Go get some gold. Come back. It's all good.
Bloody Water or the Quay. Oh, the Quay's a market, so we're going to go do some... Dude! I keep forgetting I can rotate stuff. This is so cool!
Ooh.
Alright, let's go do a fight. We've got an elf with us. A trumpet sounds, and forward steps a young servant. Announcing Duke Ludolf von Bidhoven, son of Leopold, destroyer of Korgan and smiter of... He
We've
continues.
just paid for Jim Sterling to do all the voiceover work. This is brilliant.
He continues through the Duke's various titles as your party looks on. Wishes to know that he knows the location of the foul bestigor you seek. The Duke suddenly steps forward to address your group directly. Enough of this pomposity! Look, we need your help. Something is poisoning the city's water supply. In a few days' time, what little we have will run out. He subconsciously wets his lips and continues. Help our fair city, and I'll share the location of your beastmen. Looks like your warriors have no choice. Okay, so we've got our first scrap. Also, using that as a narrative kind of style, I do like. And I think sometimes not enough thought is given to how we deliver like text-based dialogue. One thing that Ket and I have talked a lot about is how Slay the Spire uses like animated text and graphics to like convey like voices and experience through it. But that like Slay the Spire has more of a whimsical overall feel, whereas this is meant to feel like the end of days.
Yeah.
And Barl's giving me shite in chat saying, wait, you can do accents that are not Scottish or Yorkshire? Mind blown. I always hope one of these days that Seb's gonna stop on in while I'm doing the terrible, like, Glaswegian.
Oh, that's, yeah.
One of these days.
It'll be the last show you do.
Okay, ready yourself! Alright, so we've got Matey Bloke. Now, I think this guy's a mace user, so we're going to change up his gear. Because he's going to have shield instead. There we go, shield and mace. He's ready to go. That seems more... we could change the colours!
Kinda, yes. from pre-designated selections.
I mean, red would usually be our house colours, but let's go for kind of a red and white for this guy. Oh no, we've already... No! He can't dual wield. There we go. Right. Elf, how you doing? Yeah. Elf looks... Yeah, Elf's cool. He's going to go for a cool pink head outfit.
Nice.
And what about... I don't mean this to sound mean, but the fact that we can change what little of an outfit our Dark Elf has seems comical. Let's go for...
Completely.
Let's go for the Bowsette colour scheme. There we go. Alright, I think we're ready to roll. Alright, so there's the team. Ready to rock. Berry says, I like the elf. Same. Vanderbeest says, if he can't dual wield, can he dual shield? Can you confirm double shield fighting?
That is a good question. Maybe.
I'm not saying feature creep
I should
here,
know.
but
No, but the future, yeah.
the dual doors from, is it Dark Souls 3 that had the double doors?
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah, I was going to say, if
So-
they can do it.
Smash them with a door, put the doors together. Sorry, if you haven't, Liam and I played a lot of Dark Souls 3 together. We actually, the last time we did like a sit-down talk about games industry stuff, we did it via Dark Souls, which, you know, YouTube's a dead medium. A great hosting spot, dead medium. And, dude, do you remember the, when we got invaded by that one bloke who was invisible with a crossbow?
Oh, vaguely, yeah.
And he hunted us for like an hour. We finally got him near the place near the dragon who's meditating. Do you remember that? We have had a lot to drink since, so it's fine if alcohol's destroyed that memory.
Yeah. We had this weird thing where you were... God, were you in New Zealand at the time for that?
Yes.
Yeah, so you were playing in the morning, and I was playing kind of at night.
Yep.
So you were just waking up, so... As we played on more, you were having more coffee, more coherent, whereas I was drinking more.
Getting more incoherent. It was a good time.
Yeah, about halfway through, we kind of reached the same level of an awareness of our surroundings, and then we kind of drifted off on the other side. So, yeah, some of it's a little bit hazy for me, but.
It was still kind of funny when
Like-
fucking Dean was coming into work.
Oh yes, yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah.
Alrighty. Congratulations, matey boy. Your job is to tank damage. So joining me to chat, Mr. Ghost says, question for the dev, was the reason for the scantily clad elf just that that's how Games Workshop portrays them? So we were talking about that a little, but do you want to go into detail on that one? Because...
Yeah, so the answer to the question is yes. Yeah, so we were saying before that the scantily cladness is basically due to their law, particular race. So as on the screen at the moment, Will has two different female elves. Sorry.
Yeah.
Of the different races, so you can see they're dressed quite differently, and it's kind of tied into just their law and their, I guess, kind of.
Did you get a style guide when it came to working with a lot of these characters, or was that something you had
So-
to just work on for like research and stuff?
Yeah, it was kind of research, and there's definite. They have, but I think again one of the things I did at the start was I went off and kind of found all the artwork and stuff I could, and started basing a lot of stuff that we did off that.
Okay, so
Shop,
would you?
They were like, oh, maybe just stick to the minis, because some of it is not exactly on point. So I think again this comes back to what I was saying earlier about them just trying to their control and understanding of IP is that a lot of stuff that's gone before that maybe themselves from in terms of what is and isn't canon. So I think some of the earlier concept stuff that you can still see on the internet for general Games Workshop stuff doesn't always fit in line with our guide that they would produce now.
No, that's understandable, and it's. Oh, and just
why
quickly, if anyone desperately wants to hear Will getting more and more caffeinated and Liam getting more and more incoherent because of time zones, I've dropped the playlist of us doing Dark Souls in chat. Right. So on the. So Games Workshop's main focus was to push you more towards the current minis. So, I guess they were looking to avoid going into the old 80s designs.
Yes, yeah. As much as what is currently, or was rather, kind of their focus there. So even from the time that this has been made to now,
Yeah.
there's been a bit of a change. Because obviously they've got the Age of Sigmar, and again everything's been changed, even to the point where the names of a lot of the factions have been swapped about. This is set in their period of history of the end times, which is kind of that little bridge in between and the new stuff. So it's a little bit of a mix of both, and kind of has its own stylings. So kind of based more on the old world, but a bit more run down, a bit more whereas the new Sigma stuff is generally, I think, a lot more bright and kind of shifting away from that kind of grim dark look for a while, kind of more into that kind of golden shiny side of fantasy.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Yeah, totally.
From what I hear, different things from different people in terms of Age of Sigmar and its goals and what it's trying to do. Some people have said that Age of Sigmar's main move is to make Warhammer Fantasy more accessible, because Warhammer Fantasy Battles, their first product, is very feckin' confusing. And as someone who's played a lot of Warhammer and tabletop and all of it, even I get confused to feck. Oh, and he's dead in one. You ever seen a beastman get hit with a feckin' hammer? You have today. Oh, and the crowd goes wild. And they're beastmen, so that's why they're going wild. The Shaka with 1 punch.
But yeah, just going back to that, I mean, that's something you'd have to speak to the Games Workshop about, and don't want to be seen to be.
Oh, of course.
But if you look at the kind of the recent Age of Sigmar lines that they've put out, you've got things like the Underworld battles, and they're more self-contained. Because like the Warhammer Fantasy was, you'd need a giant dinner table.
Oh, hell
with
yeah.
rulers and stuff to play. Where I think definitely there's more emphasis on accessibility, and also probably just quicker play times as well.
Yeah.
And in 40k as well, they've done that as well.
Yeah, 40k was the one I kept up with, and it feels like that had what's the word? That had more kind of balance changes based on accessibility than classic Warhammer did over the same period of time. That's just my feels on it. I don't expect anyone to come with me on that opinion quest. Oh, I just shot him in the nipple.
Nice.
Sorry, that's the other thing, is dancing between like sensible discussions about design choices and representation in games, both board game and video game, and then getting an elf to shoot a beast man in the nipple.
Who doesn't want to do that?
Yeah, Catros is saying Warhammer Fantasy was the only thing I had growing up. As it is, this is one childhood friend of mine had a bunch of Lizardman figures. That was it. Didn't even know that 40k existed until a few years ago. It was about 23-ish. Heck.
Oh, interesting.
There you missed out on having your early childhood funds destroyed by a miniatures habit. So I don't think that's too bad.
You've missed nothing.
So I do want to say, because we've had a few new people jump on in, so ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, what a would welcome. We are currently playing Warhammer Quest, technically Warhammer Quest 2, but there isn't a Warhammer Quest on Twitch. So we're gonna put this under the Warhammer Quest brand, if you will. I've thrown the Humble Bundle link into chat if you want to give this a play yourself. But it's worth saying this is available on iOS as well. So if you're in desperate need of something like a decent dungeon crawler to play when you're desperately trying to avoid eye contact with family members at gatherings, this is a good game.
And Android as well. Just throw that out there.
Oh, yes. Though I should inform you all that a huge cavern awaits with a sacrificial altar at one end, right above the river. Looks like you found who's been poisoning the water. That's a lot of bad guys. Oh, nice miss there, elf. There we go. End turn. Let them come closer. Ow! See, elf? That's how you hit things with a bow. Maybe you want to get it on that. Alright. So, Captain Von Tank and Spank might not be the best idea right now. Oh, Catberry Gaming said wants to say congratulations on Editor's Choice as well. Jesus, that hammer is ridiculous. So there was another thing that I wanted to ask you, game design-wise, if you can get into it. So one thing we've seen with some of the Warhammer-style video games is that they've focused very heavily on like representation of the old style. So with, say, Blood Bowl, it's very much about the dice on screen. You know, it's a very literal translation. With Warhammer Quest, how much of the original board game did you guys decide to keep?
Elements.
Enjoy, Mother Hubbard. You thought I was... Wait, what? Got ambushed?
Sorry, were you getting a bit cocky there?
Retreat?
Yeah, sorry. Just going back to your question. Yeah, there's certain bits that just didn't feel so fun when translated from the board game, or just didn't kind of work. Wow. But we tried to keep it kind of as faithful a representation as possible, but also introduce some new systems. So taking out the dice, for example, is quite a big and kind of switching over to this action point system just to make it a bit more easy for people to pick up and understand what was going on and plan. I mean, there's still some random number generation going on in the background for when you come to hit, but that's kind of taken out of your hands almost.
Yeah. And I mean,
Yeah,
I'm very much in favour of that.
Yeah, it's you've got to get this balance right between wanting it to still be faithful to the original board game and what the license is, and also something new with it at the same time, because it's a new medium that you're doing it in. Yeah, so that balance was kind of interesting. But again, you know, talking to Games Workshop, they have ideas about what you can and can't do with a license, but they also seem to be very open to taking new ideas. So thing like, not that we worked on this, but Space Hulk.
Yes.
Bring some new
is how many
gameplay
different...
ideas for that. Sorry.
Oh, hells yeah. No, just going to add that there's been multiple teams who've had a crack at Space Hulk in different ways, and that's been really interesting.
Yes, yeah, so that's it. So they're probably open to you interpreting different ways, but it's always going to be Blood Angels versus Tyranids.
Yeah.
So
Also,
license that would be like the thing that you don't change. But
though I will say I was sadly very disappointed with actually I need you to come forward and do more tankery. I was very disappointed with the first-person shooter. Nice. I was disappointed with the first-person shooter they did for Space Hulk, because it was made by the same team who did I Divine Cybermancy, and so I had really high hopes for it as a creative and interesting title, but lamentably it ended up being not a lot of anything. Square Peg's asking if I'm excited for Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I don't know. I want to be. I really want to be. Because Rebel Galaxy did so well as essentially a kind of like, we're going to take the style, sound and feel of Firefly, and we're going to do it as a 2D kind of like open world but with a bit of a story game but without the license, and it was good. And I'm a little worried that they're not going to be able to carry that forward. A little worried. Excuse me, whose giant spider is this? You mean no friendly fire? You feign. Cadbury Gaming with, have you lost a giant spider, sir? I do believe I might. Excuse me? Is your spider? Oh, feck. Ah, the infamous misclick. The greatest foe. Oh, Alna says it's no one's, you can have it. But yeah, so Ice Cream was asking about, Space Hulk Deathwing, and it was such a disappointing title. I was so hyped for it. Because, you know, it was being made by an interesting and creative developer on an IP which desperately needed a first-person, like, incarnation of it.
Yeah.
And it was such a hot pile of garbage.
I have it in my Steam library, but like many things in there, I haven't really played it. But is it? I mean, it looked to me like it was going to be like a Left 4 Dead style affair. Is that right?
Yeah, it just... There's a real focus on like characters and leveling and things like that, but it's actually close to Left 4 Dead in that your character progression doesn't carry over from level to level. The single player is awful, and multiplayer, it's just not there.
Okay.
Like, it's not a title I can recommend people purchasing.
Okay. Because I think it came out around the time we were both still at Improbable. We were playing a lot of Payday 2.
Oh, yes. Dude, I still remember the day when they rolled out the microtransactions with in-game elements.
Oh, gosh, yes, yeah.
Sorry, so one of the good things about working in games companies is that during lunchtime, there is always someone to play games for. And you know, all those amazing like co-op shooters and games like that, working in a games company is the best for having people to play that with. So we got really, really into Payday 2 because, you know, it's perfect. You can play a mission at lunch, you know, get your gear together, roll in. And during one particular day, they rolled out a loot box skin system, but some skins gave you like more damage or like more cash or more loot. Oh boy. Oh boy, that was a fun one to watch from the sidelines.
Yeah. They rolled back on it afterwards, so it was quite nice that they were actually listening to the feedback.
But it did feel like the damage had been done to a bit. Oh,
so
sorry.
yeah.
Midland Act 1, Bloody Water. Covered in gore, your warriors emerge victorious. Already the spring looks healthier. Well, less bloody. A great sword is waiting outside the cave. The Duke sends his thanks, he said gruffly, and hands you a map and a bag of coins. Unfolding the map, you see a chapel near the town of Bargenfalth with a big cross. I'll assume that's somewhere in feckin' Guildford. Alright. So if we want to head back to Carenberg, we can. And Oldendorf, that's not a real place. So we just
outside of Guildford.
Yeah, we could just head back to Oldendorf if we want any time, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. So jumping back into chat, as I said, we saw a couple of new names jumping in. So we're playing Warhammer Quest. I have my excellent friend Liam on the line. So if you've got any dev questions, any questions about this game, any questions about surviving Sony, Crytek, fecking Bizarre Creations? Feck.
Yes, Bizarre Creations. Yeah.
What was the last one they put out?
Yeah,
there's a flashback and a half.
Yeah, but that's that was a good game that I think. So again, like this goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the assumption of financial security with going with a large publisher. So Bizarre Creations were independent for an incredibly long time. Had very good standing with Microsoft, working on the Project Gotham Racing series.
Yep.
And then I think they kind of thought, okay, we need some financial security because the studio had grown even the time I was there. It was essentially size of two inside, and the kind of core racing team. Microsoft were interested, I believe, in buying the studio, but only really wanted the racing side. So that would have mean jobs. And so the owners, I think, decided that actually Activision were interested, and they would take the whole studio. So it seemed like job security, financial security for the studio. It seemed like a great idea.
I mean, Activision's never done anything evil, right? Oh, and I want to jump into chat very quickly and just say hello to Hillo, who just says hi all. Well, to Hillo I say, what? Oh, and welcome! We have an exceptionally cool dev on the line. I'm playing on the titles they've worked on, and I'm just talking incoherent amounts of shite. So it's an average kind of Thursday. So, hello and welcome.
Yeah.
Again, if you've got any questions for Liam and I've missed them, do throw them again. Don't worry about going at Viking Blondes so that I can see him. As Lotharius was pointing out on the earlier discussion of Payday, is that the devs promised that there would be no microtransactions, and then did a microtransactions loot box system with permanent upgrades. So all the faux pas from none of those faux pas. Oh, Rhymes Moose with active villains Blizzard. Ho! Beadora's asking if we auto heal after each encounter. I bloody hope so, because I'm about to fight a blood knight.
Good question. So you can sustain injuries that can carry on, and you can get healed up at taverns, but your general hit points.
Okay.
After a mission. So, but there are some carryovers if you get severely injured.
As your warriors enter the cave, they see bodies littering the ground. Zombies, beastmen, and some undescribed messes. A large battle has taken place. Locked in a cage above a pit stands a solitary vampire blood knight. Denizens of chaos laugh in guttural barks at their prize. Without help, he will soon join his brethren in death. This is a powerful fighter and could be a useful addition to your party. Your warriors decide to help. Your warriors are feckin' idiots. You're about to go help someone who considers you to be the equivalent of a walking buffet. Oh, damn it, I missed Shackle's joke earlier, which is we're going to Altendorf, which is near Controldorf and Shiftdorf.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Mr. Ghost saying, question for the dev, will Gotrek and Felix show up in this game?
I doubt it, because they are actual characters in the Warhammer world, and also they're probably dead from old age, if nothing else. I don't know, but they're definitely more old world rather than other times. But there is a Dwarf Slayer character in the game. You can rename your characters, so if you...
Wait, we could rename our characters?
Yeah. So, yeah, if you wanted to rename him, you certainly could do, and he might have been visually based quite heavily on one of the aforementioned characters. So, yeah, that might scratch your itch if you're after one of them. Appear to be on fire, sir.
Just stop being on fire! How do you miss? He's right there! Oh my
It's probably the fact that... Have you tried not being on fire?
Congratulations on making a game that you can use to troll me. Oh, fucking hit something! You're an elf! It's the one thing I'm gonna be good at! Jaralan's like, pro tip, being on fire is very distracting. And Shackle says the end times, through various means, was far less deadly than one might have assumed. Oh, now you can hit things. Fucking bad word. Hit him! You have a freaking sword! Like that. Do it like that. But better. Aldous says, sorry I missed the tip. I was on fire.
Cadbury Gaming raised the question.
Oh,
sorry,
please
which I
do.
only just saw now. Which was, what are the differences between the PC and mobile versions of the game? Are you staying true to what it is on PC, or have you implemented more more transactions on mobile to match the market? So we actually launched first on mobile, on iOS, and then later on Android. So when we launched originally on iOS and Android, we released DLC, which is new characters and some new regions, and the PC version is all of that. So this is like a complete edition, if you want to call it that, of everything that's out. So yeah, no microtransactions in the PC version. Or
Wait,
anything
whose
like that,
fucking
and all the
spider
DLC
is that?
included.
Why are there spiders? Sorry. Oh, at least I'm not fire anymore. Fucking asshole.
For now.
Alright. Area weapons. What's your range on that? Not great. Feck.
I love your chat.
And you notice none of it's like messages of support or kindness. It's all just... Hans Zimmer arms just to mock me. And you, matey boy, you're gonna go own your keep. Situation requires yet more spiders! How are there more spiders?! I see you've got the Games Workshop part that's just down.
Yeah. So when we launched on iOS, we didn't have ambushes in originally, and we got so many complaints from people who weren't in that we then had to put them in, and then there were complaints that it was too easy. Kind of ramped up, so you can blame the community for your spider infestation.
And I will, believe me.
Yeah. So what? Sorry, I'm just catching up with the feed. So you've got a guy knocked down at the moment. Don't heal him up. He will die.
How do I do that?
If you've got a character like your Dark Elf Sorceress with a healing potion, you could use it on him. Although I think you just used up your last action points, not hitting that spider.
Wow, he's exceptionally dead, isn't he?
He's fallen through the floor. He's gone.
Get fucked!
Oh, brilliant! If someone could just do a little gif of that, that would be brilliant.
No! Hello, this does not need more spiders! No one needed more spiders! What's that? More spiders? My briefcase of spiders ought to sort that out! Feckin' assholes. I... Livid. Livid! Like the Emperor of Man, I am livid. Oh. Yeah, I will agree with Alness. It is nice having the dev on the line so that I can rant at them. We work together.
Less spiders in future. Do that. That's fine.
Now announcing the next patch for Warhammer Quest, the increased spiders patch.
The clowns. We should patch those in.
No!
Good. That's.
No one needs a Harlequin patch. Actually, I'm going to pull it back so I don't get set on fire. Yeah, and Flamey McCudgel over there can...
Warning, spiders approaching.
Fucking hell. Shackled Econis, thank you kindly for the 100 cheer there. Sorry, for 200 cheer. That's fucking round of you.
Wow.
Saying, warning, spiders approaching. Oh yeah, Flamey McBadword's not coming out of his little feckin' death hole. Because he's an ass!
Bad German accented could be more on fire.
So you're pretty much back to where you were before the spiders. So that's good.
Is it... And no one seems to be able to hit this ass. Alright, Marcus, you get one swing at this guy. Make it count. Why?! Oh, there's that Games Workshop feel.
This is brilliant because my video is just like a few seconds behind my audio, so I know what's going to happen. Oh, and you're on fire. Excellent.
Oh, good! Oh, that's one, at least one thing dead. Oh, come off it! Thank you. How come no one can shoot at Fire Guy? He's right there. Like,
Well, I believe in you. I believe in you.
millions wouldn't. Alright. Stop setting shit on fire! There we go, that's what we were after. I like the first half of the show is like, let's have a nice, sensible, coherent discussion about, you know, current games industry stuff. Let's talk about this because there's a lot going on. Second half of it, Will screams incoherently at video game.
Oh, you just walked through the fire. Okay.
Sorry, we're good. Oh no, it's not good.
You're on fire.
I can't wait for there to be more spiders. Alan is saying, as Dr. Bit Ninja once said, no one can catch you if you're on fire, which is a very good point.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, anti-Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Just the amount that we're on... The amount of spiders we don't have right now is infuriating. Because I'm gonna... If I win this time, it's just gonna be because the game took pity on me.
It knows your level now.
Still on fire there, Marcus. How's that working out for you? How you doing? I do miss any tactical game that doesn't let me just spam Overwatch as a strategy.
A bit of Overwatch.
So I guess we're taking a vampire with us. As someone said in chat, is we're going to bring someone along who basically regards us as a walking Capri-Sun. Achievement unlocked with a little bit of luck. Fuck you, game. Okay, Radomir Notman. The Blood Knight, level 1. Okay. So you were saying we can rename our characters.
And indeed, yes.
My brethren will destroy everything. The last beastman rasps in a common tongue. Our plague will wash life from this world. Submit to chaos or stuff. His last words were interrupted by his head separated from his body. The warriors agree that no life at all is definitely a bad thing. I do like the writing in this, dude. Forming an uneasy pact, the vampire, dark elf, wood elf, and human agree to fight chaos incursion together. Do you want to continue with your travel to Pfaffen? No. Need to sort with my characters. Oh, cool, I found some random stuff. Okay, so you were saying we can change the names of our characters.
Yes.
Alright. Look at this guy! The only thing we can change is the colour of his loincloth.
Yeah. So this is one of those things where when we kind of started planning out the game, it was like, oh, it'd be great to have different colours that you can change for all the characters. But then kind of you talk to Games Workshop and they specific colours for certain characters, which makes sense. So you've got a Blood Knight, so he's always red. So then it's like, oh, so we need to be able to change colours on this guy. So maybe that tiny patch of skin that you can't really see could change, and maybe that one little bit of cloth. Whereas, like, compared to some of the others, where it's a lot more obvious, like with the Slayer or the Dark Elf Sorceress or something,
Yeah.
or someone with a lot of hair, like it's a lot more of a visible thing. But
I also quite enjoy the fact that like your miniatures have a base and things like that. Was there any temptation to kind of lean more into the? Because one thing we saw, have you seen War Tile? It's like a Nordic Viking. Was there a temptation to lean more into the board game side rather to lean more into the story side? I mean, go for it.
I was going to say, could you just repeat that last little bit again because you cut out? Sorry,
I'm
you said there's more temptation to lean into blah blah blah.
To lean into was there more temptation to lead into more of the board game aesthetic when creating this? You know, bases, like little mini boxes. Was it tempting to represent the board game rather than represent the world?
I don't know if it was. Really talk that much about art style for this, and it's not something I really noticed until we kind of finished with the game, that we just kind of naturally went down a particular route and style.
Okay. So there was no, like, you didn't set an art style goal beforehand and said, like, we are going to just represent the world, we're going to represent the board game. It just naturally kind of rolled forward.
Yeah, and I don't know how that really happened, because certainly anything else I've worked on, we always do a lot of pre-production and planning, and I think that's probably well, it's definitely required when you've got a larger team, but this just kind of organically kind of happened this way.
Okay.
Certainly different ways. So, like, looking at More Time,
Yeah.
quite a different visual look. Certainly the mobile version does. And a conscious decision, but I think this, it just kind of happened. Which kind of sounds weird, but I think it comes down to that thing that there's an established can feel to a lot of it, and so when we started doing the characters, it was kind of built around that to some extent. And this kind of idea of having the map that you traverse, I think, was a carryover from the first Warhammer game. Although it looks visually different, the idea was there. So I think that was just like an evolution of an existing idea, an existing mechanic that worked. It's an interesting point.
Are you kidding me? Are you actually fucking... It's meant to be a bat hunt! This is meant to be hunt bats! That was the mission I took, was a bat hunt! Open the door, what is it?
The mission is to spot the bat. It's wearing a spider costume.
The Queen will hear of this.
Yeah.
It's alright. What's his face in the front row is going to have to handle all of it. So there we go. Catberry saying cosplay of bats. Cosplaying as spiders. Alright, undead.
Spider bat, doing things. Oh God, why?
Oh God, why?
Oh.
Spins a web, screeches loudly, causes nightmares pretty much everywhere. Oh God, here comes a spider bat.
So anyway, talking about something completely different.
Go for it.
So this was actually going to be a question to you. So I believe that you are heading off to GDC quite soon.
Yes, I am.
Is there anything in particular you want to see? Anyone you particularly want to meet, or?
Well, I don't know anything about it, and I'll probably be NDA'd up to the hilt. But Have you seen the Paradox has been doing a thing called Tender, which is like fake Tinder, but possibly leading up to a Vampire the Masquerade announcement?
Oh no, I have not seen that.
I got an invite from them to their Tender announce party. So
Okay.
I will hopefully be coming away with some information on whatever the next Vampire the Masquerade game is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is just that. Maybe it is just Tinder for
I mean, it's
Plague.
San Francisco. It wouldn't be the dumbest startup that I've encountered.
or worked for what? Hey?
Hey, what? What?
What?
I couldn't possibly comment.
It's another one of those years where almost everybody knows going, apart from me, which is always makes me a bit glum.
It is. It's understandable, everything considered, yo. And
Oh yeah, but I don't know. It's actually it's great seeing who is going because trip, but possibly slightly less of one than for someone coming from the UK. And so certainly working at companies is they'd always send delegates, but reasons. But it's really nice to see how many
yeah.
kind of independent developers and even freelancers that I know are going. It seems largely just to meet up with other people they know who happen to live in different parts of the world now, rather than for specific business reasons. So it just seems like a nice networking event.
It is. One of the things that's been really cool is that there's been a formalization of like the indie meets outside. So for those of you who haven't done GDC before, there's a big green, just like a park with a waterfall near the Moscone Convention Center where GDC takes place, which is usually where all the indies hang out that can't get a badge to get in, which is fine. But they've now formalised that a little bit, so there's going to be like food trucks and stuff around that way, and there's going to be a few like slightly more formal meets, which I think is Oh, fuck you, Ambush! What the shit?
That's okay, it's more spiders. It's fine. You're okay.
That's not a good thing! Also, that wood elf really needs to start pulling their weight. Like, comparable to everyone else here.
Yeah.
Alright, we've got to get... The Vamp Daddy needs to start carrying his weight as well. Like, you know, actually start hitting the spiders would be a good start, mate. Cadbury is saying that there's a Vampire the Masquerade makeup line in the US. Interesting. So let's handle the ranged... Oh, actually, we can't handle the ranged spiders yet, can we? Go on, death blow, death blow. No, back. Thank you! You've got a mace. You're crushing a spider. It's not rocket science. Sorry, I had some comments there, and then I got ambushed by spiders. So yeah, that's one of the things that I am continuing to love is, you know, GDCs. It's not just for the massive corporate numpties. There is a real sense of community. And someone was asking me about this the other day, and I basically just said, a GDC kind of feels like PAX, but for game devs now. I think that's why I'm so excited to go along.
Yeah.
Although it is always interesting to see each year who it is that starts the drama, who it is that causes the drama each year. Will it be Microsoft with Dancing Girls? Will it be... Who knows?
Who knows, yeah.
Dear Elf, get good. Oh! The vampire is back in my good graces. I know. Rosemary says the fact that there's a formalised here's a free spot thing seems great for those who can't afford a badge and don't know where to go. Yeah. Now that's always been a feature of GDC, but what I love is they've now formalised it and respected it.
Yes.
And LevDev saying this dungeon's got you webbed in conflict. LevDev, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The bouncers are in. Sorry, it's not my decision. You know, it's nothing personal. Someone please kill the spider! Thank you.
So close. Okay.
Vampire gets it done. Oh, and Hillo's heading out to bed. Says, no, have fun with spiders. Hillo, thank you for stopping in, yo. And I hope you were at least entertained by my incoherent screaming. Catberry says, wargaming. We all know there's controversy usually when it comes from. True that. Has there been any, like, wargaming party controversy in a while? Because after the, Yeah. I don't know how much of that I can actually talk about.
I think they've been quite quiet on that front, haven't they, recently?
We got a war dancer, so our wood elf is going to need to step up if they want to.
Nice, yeah.
If they want to stay on the team. Your warriors emerge from the gloom, caked in the blood of their foes. The air almost feels lighter in the absence of chaos. This quest was successful, but there will always be more enemies to slay. Your party continues their journey. There were no spiders! There were no bats in the Batcave! There were only spiders! Why is it called a Batcave? Come to the Batcave. What's in there? Nothing that even pertains to bats. There wasn't a single freaking bat!
Where the whole Batman license gets really confusing.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
There's no bats in the Batcave. LevDev says, you could say that is a bug. Okay, now I'm refraining from puns. I will have your pun license revoked, LevDev. So help me. Vanderbeest with Bat Spider. Don't talk about Bat Spider. Although, isn't Bat Spider from the second Gremlins film?
No, it's a Spider Gremlin, yeah. That's good.
Well, there was a Spider Gremlin, but there was a Bat Gremlin as well. Wasn't there the one that was just drinking all
I
the
don't know.
different
I need to watch that film again.
Gremlins 2 is awful.
Oh, I thought you were going to say awesome. No, for me, that stands up as one of the great sequels. I think it's quite rare.
Such an
to
ass.
pass the original. But
Such
I'm not
an ass.
joking. I'm not joking. I used to have it on VHS. I used to watch it a lot as a kid, and yeah, I thought it was good.
The one thing I will say,
it poked fun of itself.
yeah, okay. You know what? Jokes aside, like the second Gremlins film is fun. It makes little to no sense. But what I will say, the first Gremlins film, if you go and rewatch it, it's kind of a bit racist. Is this the Vietnam references? No, it's basically, so they're all cute and cuddly, right? And they're in this tiny small town America. When they're running rampant, all the gremlins are based on, you know, African American people, like, you know, Stevie Wonder and comedians and stuff. Like, it's pretty, I don't know. It's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable.
Ooh, okay.
If you go back and watch it, like, once the transformation happens and they turn into all their little monsters, it's like, oh, okay. This isn't, like, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to check that out again. That was on my list as a Christmas film, but just didn't get around to it this year. I think because we're going to watch it with the kids, and then I was like, actually, I think it might be a little bit dark.
The first Gremlins has got some pretty good kills in it.
Yes, yeah. I remember playing it on the licensed game on the Spectrum.
Oh, dude, did you ever play
Text Adventure.
The Gremlins 2 game on the NES? One of the hardest games I've ever played.
That was in that little swell of tough as balls platform games.
Yeah. So
unreasonably hard.
Yeah, from my understanding, is what happened was that there was this concept that because of the popularity of arcade titles, that what especially Western audiences were into was super hardcore titles. So that the balancing was designed for, like, the more brutal the game, the better it's going to do. And so a lot of games were just given free rein to be as unfair as they wanted, even as, like, standalone box products. So a lot of and this was as it was explained to me, is that Japanese developers were encouraged to make games that were brutal, because the perception was that for Western markets is games were trying to be as good as the arcade. I mean, you remember as well as I do, dude, when games would be like arcade quality. You know, where if it was as good as the arcade, that was a mark of honor.
Yeah, easily.
Now, if it's as good as the arcade, it's incredibly sticky and smells like old beer and wee.
And probably comes with a light gun.
That doesn't work.
I miss arcades, I have to say.
I don't want to be a douche about it, but if you come to Seattle, there's literally, like, so I've been doing a lot of stuff with the Seattle Online Broadcasters Association, which is basically Seattle's equivalent of the Twitch meet. And it's held at a gaming bar downtown. So, like, we're doing a Mario Kart SNES tournament for this one, and if we want to play air hockey, we can play air hockey. That's the thing that can happen. Like, that's why I moved out here, dude.
For air hockey.
For air hockey. I can live my dream of professional air hockey playing. Shops, taverns...
See, this is it.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Keep going, dude.
Droid our fledgling gaming studio for air hockey. It's nice to see where your priorities on that lie.
Of course. Empire Captain's getting himself some decent pants. Oh, we're at the market. So, Skirmisher's Cloak, you've used our Wood Elves. Elven Sword. Get an axe. Is it a good axe? My friend, it's a great axe. The Black Axe of Krell. Krell's gonna be fecking livid when he finds out his axe is missing. Honey, have you seen my axe? No, Krell, where'd you put it? Well, I thought I left it by the door. Is it by the door? It's not by the door. yeah, that's canon now.
That's in.
Oh, lordy. So I tell you what, dude. So we're actually getting close to the 3-hour mark. I don't know how long we have your time for, but what I was going to propose is we have a little tea break because I desperately need a bevy.
Sounds good.
And so if you want to chat with these lovely folks while I get a beverage and then swap seats, or if you want to go get a cup of tea now and I'll natter on while you're doing so, I think that's an ideal mode. Now,
Tell you what I could do with. I think maybe is there a way for us to restart this Discord thing, because you are just cutting out more, and I don't know if
that's entirely fine with me, good sir. That's entirely fine with me. So I will close the call, restart the call, and then we can go from there and get you a cuppa. All right. So yeah. While we faff around with technical problems. Oh, Beadora's home to bed. Good night, Beadora. As always, it is lovely to hang out with you. Let's see if this goes. Hello!
Hello?
Better?
Ah, there we go.
Beadora was home to bed, so I was just waffling on that one. So, dude, if you want to go grab yourself a cuppa or a beer or, I don't know, something that allows you to summon yet more spiders into my... Dude, it's always spiders!
It's always spiders.
If it's not skull spiders, it's giant skull spiders.
There is only 2 types of enemy in this entire game. You realise that, right?
Spiders and not
there's
spiders.
Beastmen and Spidermen. And later on in the end game, there's a kind of a hybrid between the two. But it's in clown makeup, so it's...
Why are you like this? what? I know this is payback for something, but I can't remember what for.
Everything will for everything.
All right. So, dude, do you need to take a break?
Let's do a tea break and let's come back. So, are you grabbing tea as well now?
You go get yourself a cuppa. I'll natter on with our lovely, lovely viewers, and then we'll swap seats.
All right, sounds good. Okay, I shall see you in a sec.
Okie dokie. So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all possible persuasions, we are continuing with Warhammer Quest. You might have noticed I'm having a lot of fun with this game. It's good. It's like a good dog. It's good. That's a joke that I stole. I played a bit of Warhammer Quest 1. I haven't played this one before. Looking at the Steam reviews, one would think this was a terrible game, and I'm kind of a little unsure as to which game they played, because I'm having a great time. And Levdev says spiders in a fantasy game is like ranch in a salad. About that, yeah, about that. Levdev's like Caesar good or like puppy good? Like Caesar good. It's formal. It balks with understanding. Let's have a look at the map. Oh, that's cool. Dun 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 dun. I was joking today that I've always joked that community managers are essentially the Night's Watch of the games industry. Like, we are the sword in the dark. We are the watcher on the wall. You know, we shall take no lands and father no children. We community managers stand between game devs and the hellish reality of the internet. And what's been brilliant of late is that, you know, as a lot of people are proclaiming doom and gloom, as Steam continues to urinate wholeheartedly on everything that it seems to be able to aim at, is that it's a lot of things that community managers have known, and a lot of things that community managers already have a solution for. You know what I mean? And yet, it's still being discussed as if it is the end of days. So it's just looking at the new Game of Thrones trailer, you know, with the dragons flying over, and, you know, Jon Snow, Night's Watch, Bastard on the Wall, you know, he's now one of the great commanders leading it. I can't help but be like, if you look at the AAA industry, like King's Landing, and you look at the community managers as Night's Watch, I'm like, this makes an eerie amount of sense. The indies running down from the wall is... I actually don't know what that is. But I like the idea of describing indie developers as wildlings. That makes me chortle. Levdev says, what happens these past few days on Steam? Not going to dig into it, but yeah. I don't want to link to it because it does... You know, it's a horrible day where I have to put a content warning before discussing a piece of games industry nonsense. But... Moose is adding, I had a chat with someone recently where I got them to actually incorporate community management into the development plans as a way to circumvent the visibility problems on Steam. Good! Because that's what I've been screaming about for like a couple years. And what it is to talk like that is to say that looking for direct community engagement over coverage. So if PR is all about getting as many people to see your idea as possible, community management is about getting as many people to engage with you as possible. It's about like directly talking to as many people as you can rather than showing it to as many people as you can. And that's a very good way of building a core user base, talking to your users, building a community, building a group of people who are with you for the ride. That's it's something that I believe in strongly. It's also, do you want to know who did that as a strategy and worked? Feckin' PUBG. Sorry. And yeah, Catberry, the fact that the Steam nonsense has gotten so bad, the British government, one British MP has called for a, you know, how did this stupidity come to happen, is really bad, because as we all know, government censorship of video games is awful, and we want to avoid that. And nice try, Abyssal Wolfen. Abyssal Wolfen is Liam, my guest for today. Nice try, Liam.
Oh, how did I get what?
Nice try. We've had a few.
Okay.
If it's a link for any of your stuff, if you want to send it me on Discord and I'll post it.
Sure. Okay.
We've had a few bots that roll in through and they try and post links to like steal people's accounts and stuff. So.
Ooh. Okay.
Except for when Rhymes and Moose does the same thing, a posted message deleted. Fucking bad words. Though Nightbots changed their method now from deleting links to timing out links. so
Yes.
I can have a look at them. Actually, there we go. So, one and all, that was Liam was just linking to their portfolio stuff. So if you want to have a look at like stuff they've worked on. Oh, you were a BAFTA juror last year.
Not last year. The one before 2000. Yeah, 2017 was my last year.
Oh, way cool. I haven't done it since 16, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's good.
Not to brag or anything, but both me and Liam are BAFTA members. Not that I get anything out of my BAFTA membership in Seattle, but there we go.
Stop
Really
it,
enjoy your free breakfast.
Yo!
And,
Okay, so firstly, Katros, fucking thank you. Katros just gifted you a sub.
yes, thank you very much. That's superb.
Now you got little friendo emotes and everything.
Yay! Awesome.
Yay!
Yay!
And yeah, actually, we do have the GDC BAFTA breakfast, which we're going to. And
Yeah.
I have to send a couple of sad apology emails to the people being like, "I'm sorry I can't join you for your breakfast, but I got to go drink my BAFTA membership in coffee in one morning, and it's going to take me a while." Oh, and Ticketoo and Peeps, thanks for spamming the little friendos. That always makes me happy to see. Rosemoose says, would it be okay to link people trying to figure out how to display their own portfolio to this?
I don't get that message.
I'm not sure what you mean, Moose, but so I tell you what, Liam, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you with these lovely folk for just a second.
Sure thing.
While I go refresh my cuppa, and then we can go from there. So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, if you've got any questions for Liam, especially when it comes to representing like portfolio stuff, because dude, you've done the job dance more times than most.
Yes. Yeah. 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 If anyone's got any questions, throw them up.
So, I'm going to get myself a
Journey
cup of tea.
out a little bit. Go for it.
All right, be back in a second.
Oh, okay. Oh, so Adnan 007 says, if someone asks how am I supposed to put together a portfolio, send them a link to your website. Would that be okay? Direct someone to my site? Sure. I mean, depending what they're doing, I think the best way to display artwork right now is to get an ArtStation page up and running, which is free. A nice kind of simple layout to get stuff up there and get noticed. Trust it as well, which is a nice thing. You don't have to worry about formatting or which is in a way that people are going to expect, because it kind of handles all that. I think also, if you're not already on ArtStation looking there, it's a fantastic place to go to just see kind of some of the behind the scenes stuff that goes on with the games making, particularly concept art. You see, it's great. I mean, there's stuff that from games that I've worked on that's put up there, which is well worth having a little look at if you're yeah, so Rhythms with Moose says the various local student groups are involved enough in the local gameplay community. How do I make my portfolio tends to be a very common question, expecting to see a spike again in the next few months. Yeah, it is always a question that comes up. But yeah, as I say, ArtStation is a great way of displaying your portfolio, as well as having somewhere to actually put it up. What you actually put up is incredibly important now. Working out who it is that you're interested in seeing your work and what it is or why it is you want them to see it. So I think there's a great tendency for people when they're first kind of starting out and graduating to just put absolutely everything they've done up. Focus or thought for who it is that they're showing the stuff to. So if you're going an environment artist position, focus on displaying your best environment works of art. Don't worry about padding out your portfolio with characters, or vice versa. Just try and show the best examples you've got, and often it's not the aim. It's quality that people want to see. So most people would rather see one or two really nicely done pieces, so pieces. A job opening comes up, you often get so many applicants that you're probably not going to sit there and go through someone's entire portfolio packed with a nicely laid out, focused batch of images to stay in someone's mind than if you kind of just try and flood them with absolutely everything you've done. Okay, Shackle Draconis says, question for Dev: Skaven heroes in this game? No. No, there are Skaven in the game though, and there's an entire kind of chapter dedicated to fighting them. Skaven heroes was something that I really wanted in the game. I love the Skaven. For those of you who aren't kind of familiar with Warhammer, they're this kind of breed of rat men, worship chaos and have various gods and kind of little clans within there, and they look really cool. But no, they're not playable in this. The story reasons and the end heading. Unfortunately, Games Workshop were really kind of liberal with allowing us to team up different races that we wouldn't have been able to do before, but apart from anyone aligned with Chaos, because they were the enemy, so you wouldn't have Skaven kind of sorcerer or someone with an Empire captain, because that just wouldn't happen. The law, as it were. Yeah, it's a real shame, but we did get to make them, and they are in there. So I don't think we'll see them tonight, but we released them as I think the first batch of DLC that came out on. That's included free in the PC version, but it's they've got their whole own map section and tunnels and characters. Skaven best, yes, yeah. I wiped out the map with my army of Ratmen in Total War. Yeah, no, they're very cool. I think that's one of the things that I really like about Games Workshop is they do have such a variety of different characters and races there. I mean, you could base an entire game on being able to kind of pull in bits and pieces from all over the shop is that's just now following. Excellent. Sure that will know. I don't know if anyone's got any kind of general development questions or anything particular. Just fire them away in chat. Try our best to cover them. Charlene says, sorry, chat is all about rats now. That's fine. It's taking it away from spiders. That's nothing but an improvement. Cool. So, but Danos says, any indie titles you're working on? Yeah, working on Flam for Flam at the moment. So still doing work on Warhammer Quest 2. So we just released on PC and we'll be supporting it kind of going forward. Other stuff that I really hate this whole NDA thing in the industry, but I can't talk about it. Maybe we'll come back in a few months when stuff's been announced. But yeah, there's stuff going on. Any tips for those of us looking for dev work? Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends what type of dev work you're after. And I mean, I'm kind of from the art side, and I've always been on that side of things. I've delved into a bit of Bizarre Creations, did some track design, and
I didn't bang into the door on the way back. What are you talking about? Oh, Lev Dev with sneaky tea bits. What happened to the no doing interesting stuff during tea breaks?
That's okay. We've been talking about rats. It's fine.
Oh, are there Skaven in this?
Oh yeah, so that was the question. Yes. So not playable, but there is an entire section of the map dedicated just to the Skaven.
Quite cool. And so, did you say hello to I want to say Bandios?
Yes. They said hello. They said hello, and yes.
Well, have you spoken about what it is your team's doing after Warhammer Quest? Is that still top secret?
That is top secret. Yeah, we were just going to be like, yeah, it's a bit annoying.
I know, it's all good. It means I can be a cheeky scumbag and hit you up for the exclusive on that one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, unfortunately, can't talk about that today. It's really annoying because I'd love to, because I'm really quite excited about it, but it'll have to wait for another day. But as I was saying, like we're still going to be supporting the dump it and run situation. So expect some updates. Hopefully, it's
quite cool. And did you get to Jay Cripps' question about did you find working with an established system a help or a hindrance?
No, we didn't. Sorry, I was just. I'll come back to Rhymes with Moose in a moment. But so a huge help, actually.
We've got time, yo. We've got time.
Yeah, that's cool. Hang on, I'll just do this. So that yeah, actually, it was a huge help, particularly for a small team starting out, because normally in a project you'd have to dedicate a certain amount of time over to pre-production, both for gameplay mechanics and art styles, character development, things like that. But kind of going into it with this entire library of Games Workshop stuff to choose from, really kind of over a lot of that straight away. So yeah, it was definitely a boon for us. Yeah, it was great actually. I thought it might be a little limiting at first, but because they've got so much variation in the stuff they've already got, it didn't really feel like we were sacrificing any creative or artistic control working with them.
That's quite cool.
And I think everyone in the team had pretty much grown up with their works. It was all stuff that we did anyway, so I think everyone was pretty much excited working on it, and the
quite cool. It's an interesting one because I didn't work on Total War Warhammer very much, because whilst that was in pre-production, I was on Attila, which was more traditional. So Joey and Peeps were in our team were on Warhammer, but I was only kind of, I was in proximity to it, so I didn't really experience a lot of it. And also with CA, CA is equipped to work as a team looking at historical authenticity in video gaming. So working on a game like this is working on an IP is great, because there is a definitive yes and no to an answer. What kind of armor does a dark elf wear? Well, we know exactly. But, what kind of armor does a Hunnish warrior wear? Okay, well, there's some accounts and there's some tales. Like, according to legend, Attila had a magic sword. That's history. That's not even made up stuff,
Yeah, very much so. And so, yeah, I think this ties into what B20 was just asking, or however you arrange that username. So did you get limitations on what you could add to the canon? So yeah, I mean, definite guidelines or limitations, however you want to phrase it, like we were just saying, but so within that, it was more like, these are the pillars that these characters to do, this is where kind of your environment sets. I think as long as you adhere to kind of these core values or the brand, and then kind of bounce off that. So things like the kind of story arc for the game, or the narrative that runs through it.
Yeah.
That was something that we could take to them, and they were like, "Okay, that's cool." And I don't think there was much or change needed with that.
That's rad.
Yeah, I mean, they're. I think, like, just to go back to what we're saying about Space Hulk, because that's a good example. quite open for people to bring a new interpretation to it, as long as angels and Tyranids.
Yeah.
If you started adding Eldar in, that would be a no-no. But as long as you keep to those core principles, then I think you're kind of good, really.
Indeed, and I wonder if it was Fire Warrior that kind of set everyone on time. For those who don't remember, there was a first-person shooter called Fire Warrior, which was based on the Tau, which were one of the newer races added to the 40k universe. And oh boy, that game was very not good. It was exceptionally not good. And a lot of the things that it did were very non-canon as well. So I think it was a little bit of insult to injury that it both broke a lot of lore stuff and was not very good. Oi, vampire! Stop bleeding everywhere! That's meant to be the one thing you don't do.
Lovely. So Rhymes With Me says, I know personally I'm finding looking for work as someone who mostly blends programming and design difficult, perhaps because of an implied lack of specialization / depth that people are reading into it. Yeah, I guess it is going to depend largely on the types or size of studio. I tend to found that the larger the studio, the more specialized people become and can become. The more kind of hats you can have, really. So
I would
if
certainly
you can
agree with that.
And some design, brilliant. I mean, that's my take on it. Is I'd rather have someone who could program fairly well and understand design, exceptional in programming, but has no grasp of design, unless I had a big studio, in which case I could just let them run and really do that. I think, actually, to be honest, if you find someone who can do more than one discipline well, that's kind of been my experience. You're worth more than to a smaller studio for sure.
Hells yeah. It's one of the things I was looking for when I got out of the big space was being able to work in a team where I could have that kind of impact. As CA grew as an operation, they needed less and less generalists and more specialists. When you have multiple people working on visual elements, you do only need one person to handle. You only need one VFX programmer. Sorry. You know what? I'm trying to do a murder here. I will be back with you. There was a coherent point in there somewhere, but it dropped right out. And it's right gone.
I think there comes a point as well when you have so many people, you kind of want, and there's a nicer way of phrasing this, but you kind of want people just to shut up and focus on what you need them to focus on.
Yeah.
And it can be really disruptive if someone comes in who's there to do, whether it's art or programming, and starts messing with other departments or putting things forward. Because often
names.
Not thinking of anyone in particular here. At least I don't think anyone that we've worked with. But it's systems in place. So you'll have a design team who's maybe 5 or 10 people.
Yeah. Who
will be working together. And then to have another voice come in can often be quite distracting because they're not privy to all the previous conversations that have gone ahead. Although, it works the other way because sometimes someone can come in and bring something really new and interesting. So
yeah, but in a large-scale environment, how you interact in that is almost a skill unto itself. Having someone who has joined a team who is not of that discipline, who's like, I've got a great idea, can be the worst. And yes. I've had some individuals who, for particular projects, who caused no end of problems. Now, I work in community stuff, and there is, much like with games design, everyone thinks they understand the internet, that they understand how to be a community manager. And there's usually several layers of process involved just to stop it from turning into a complete and utter catastrophe. So, yeah. It's very difficult. However, I do want to say, so Bandios has got a pretty strong question that I think is worth jumping into. So Bandios is asking, I might be needing some advice. I'm a cinematographer working in film and TV industry for about 14 years now.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And J-Crypt just gave him a sub.
Oh.
J-Crypt, you fucking legend. And like J-Crypt has been going above and beyond the last like couple of weeks supporting this stuff. So again, thank you, friend. You like for all of this is the reason why we get to have Liam on the show and we get to help people out. So okay, so Bandios, film and TV for about 14 years. I've been very excited about game development for the past 4 years or so as a hobby at first. Now I'm trying to find a way to make it a more major thing in my life. I love the idea of creating worlds and telling stories through games, and excited about the fact that you can make so much as an indie developer compared to the movie industry. I've been teaching myself UE4, ZBrush, and Blender. So I guess Banditos, I called him Banditos, free Banditos. Bandios. I guess Bandios' question is how to make that next step. I mean, you're learning UE4 and ZBrush and Blender. That's a pretty strong way to start.
I mean, I'd say don't bother. You've got 14 years in the film industry. Just write it out, man. Did you not listen to us at the start? There's no money in the games industry. It's yeah. Stop stealing my job. Than me, to be honest. Just. See, I bet you've probably got an art station, and it's probably beautiful. And you.
This is the point where it's some young Mother Hubbard with like a gorgeous like polycount fecking portfolio. I kid.
But anyway, so
the end of Bandios' question was ZBrush Blender. They're also learning Substance and getting better and better, creating small projects on my own. I don't have a specific question, but maybe some advice towards moving forward in the industry as an indie developer. So, if you're thinking of creating a solo project by yourself and putting it out there, I'd recommend it. One of the things that our friend Thor, who runs Go Pirate Software, has said is that releasing a game is an incredibly good learning experience. You know, all the processes that go into getting a game to market. The only way to learn a lot of that is to just release a game. A friend of mine said it was quite like parenting in the sense that you can't know it until you go through it.
Yeah, that's true.
And much like parenting, sometimes your babies are going to poo on everything you love.
Yes, yeah, very much so. But yeah, I mean, so being serious about it, I mean, it sounds like you are have some idea of what it is you want to do. I mean, if you're looking at Unreal, ZBrush, and Blender, coming at it, well, you're a cinematographer, so from a more visual side. So I would think about what it is you actually want to make, and look at what it is you need to do. So, guess it would be like looking at it from a film point of view, going, I want to film something beautiful. But just think of narrative as the script. If you need one, going to allow you to do that and fit around that. But it sounds like, in terms of learning, but it's just it's taking it up a notch. I mean, if you want to go with that, maybe see what it is you want to make and who you know. It sounds like you're coming at it from a visual side, which is awesome. So maybe you need someone side of development, so a programmer or someone like that. I mean,
if
depending where you are.
Teaming up with other developers is a great way to get over some of the initial like brutalities of it. I still haven't put out a title myself. I finished a few like mod projects and like standalone projects back in my teens, but since then I've not gone back into like solo development stuff, and I don't think I would. I like working with a team of people, and I find that working with other humans stops me from going too far on the crazy train.
Yeah. I would urge you as well to start small and don't be afraid about putting stuff out or just moving on to the next. I think people, and I'm really guilty of this at the moment, is that, and I end up with starting with like a small idea or a small mechanic, watching it balloon, and Will and I have a good friend who is a programmer. We love because she is going back to what Rhymes with Moose was saying about.
Yeah.
She's one of these people who is a amazing programmer, a great designer in terms of coming up with ideas.
Yeah.
So I can small mechanic, and like within the space of a conversation, we've kind of mapped out, and we get really excited about it and go, "This would be awesome to make." But then we kind of step back and look at this behemoth that we've just visualized and go, "Oh, where do we start with this? Oh, I don't know. This seems quite big. How about we do something small? Okay, I've got this little idea for this little thing." And then 10 minutes later, we've got a room full of 2 elephants.
Yes.
And yeah, whereas if we just went for something and did it, we'd have a whole portfolio of works by now, or at least gone to the stage of developing something and working on it to know what it is we were missing or what we need to do on the next one.
Very true. And
this is
that particular developer has been an excellent friend of ours, and I see. The thing is, I give people shit for I don't want to say feature creep, but for scope creep. I'm guilty of it. Almost every project I've worked on, that element has ballooned so quickly. Oh, feckin' abyssals, man. Still think it's a great idea, and apparently no one knows how to hit a spider! Just feckin' help me.
So, okay, Abyssals, I think, was a great example. And just for those that don't know, it was a little demo game
Should have
that
been.
I worked on. Should have been, yeah. While we were at Improbable, and we had kind of 2 weeks to do the whole.
We got the. Oh, so was it? It was Christian. Christian busted out the design, which was real cool, and it was somewhat based on like. Actually, I don't know how much of this we can talk about, because it got released as like an open source thing for.
But we can talk about what's out. I mean, that's fine. It's still up on their server.
Oh, Bandios is saying thanks for the advice and mostly support. Hey, that's one of the things. So Bandios, like Liam, occasionally watches my show for some ungodly reason. I would have thought people would do that voluntarily, but there we go. But one of the things we do here is we do talk about both the artistic intent with video games, but also the realities of making them. Making games is hard.
Yes.
Making games is really hard. I wish it wasn't. I wish it was easier, and it's getting easier.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely. It's getting more accessible for sure. I didn't realise the chat had moved on. Mine had just stopped on there. I should have scrolled down.
So yeah, you're entirely welcome, and if you wanna come on back, if you have any more questions, Bandios, like it's one thing we can do here, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of that.
I'm just going through the chat now. Oh yeah, sorry. So JC Rips 2020, if that's how you were saying your name. Sorry.
JC Rips is a great way. I go with J Crips, but that's because as you
Crips,
well know,
there you go. Okay. Yep.
Will's pronunciations are by no means a thing that one should.
I apologise to anyone. So they say design question here. I'm late to the stream here, I know, but who decided on the pace of the game, the movement of the units, and the fade? That was kind of done by trial and error,
Okay.
largely. So there was lots of testing. Again, originally this was done as a mobile title, and so we were just trying to work on a pace that was. Something that didn't feel like it was a drag, because some of the levels can be quite long.
Yeah.
And you don't want to kind of add to the time by having At the same time, not have it go too quickly that you kind of miss.
I was just hoping the situation might add yet more spiders.
Yes, it's what's needed, right? And so there are a few things you can do. So when you're moving characters, while one character's moving, you can go and do something with another character. You don't necessarily have to wait for one character to complete all its actions before you can move to the next one. So,
Which I'm very thankful for, by the way.
yeah, there you go. So I mean, that's a small thing which seems logical, but a lot of games don't do it. Certainly didn't when we started developing this. So
yeah,
we just tried to the design just through general feel, and then come and do iteration on that, and just try and get that sweet spot for what works, and for the input device as well, because we've got a game that was originally played on touchscreen devices that's now generally at the same time will be played on tablet PCs. So we've got that balance for both.
don't mind me, just doing a murder.
So rapid prototyping over blue sky stuff, yeah.
It was just more. It was a funny one to roll into because Liam and I are super guilty because you all know me. I'm very enthusiastic, and when it's at that conceptual stage before you have to deliver, like I am super guilty of letting my enthusiasm run wild. I think part of Abyssal's initial concept was it was there were multiple clients all connecting to the same environment, so it was going to be like, yeah, survival. It's weird that looking at the Battle Royale explosion, it was not a Battle Royale title by any means, but it definitely had that, the environment pushing you towards sectors and stuff. It's, its self-focusing elements were so good.
It's of all the stuff I worked on that didn't, and there's been quite a lot. That is the one I regret most, and think because I've got a printed out poster behind my monitor
poster
at
design
home,
was
so
so good.
it's always in my mind. But I think it's one of those things as well where we just had such a nice little team working on it as well.
Yeah.
That we could iterate and chat, and then go off and work, then come back, plan the next bit. It was a nice fluid structure, I think. And sorry, just jumping back to the chat about development and stuff.
Go for it, dude.
Rhythms. Rhymes with Moose, sorry, is saying a particular area you might want to look at in terms of starting transition into doing more game stuff is cinematic design, as that would so your existing skills. You could probably also provide a lot of value to people who are doing trailer production. Yeah, that's certainly true. I think it depends what you want to do. If you want to actually make your own, or if you wanted to, or you want to attract someone else to come and help with you. I was saying earlier about.
Oh, sorry, go for it, dude.
Just saying earlier about using some of the online portfolios, there, like ArtStation in particular. If you want stuff, that's a great way just to post stuff up there that people can then see, whether it's you want critique on, although it's not a particularly critique-heavy site, but you can, as examples, or to other people to work with, or just get input.
So
putting yourself out there, I think, is key.
The thing that I would put forward is that while there are lots and lots of cool things that you can do with your cinematic background, everything is relevant, and relevance is everything. I would say that if you can, start making the kinds of titles that you want to, because if you go into the kind of environment that needs a 3D artist or an environment artist or something along those lines, you're going to be going into a very large development environment in a very junior role. You're going to be sculpting rocks for a long time before you're able to contribute properly. Maybe you hit like a critical success and you join a small team just as they're going from being a small team to being a large team, and you're like right in there with your experience and that. But it's also entirely possible that you're going to be, you know, putting textures of oranges onto, you know, shot carts and things like that for a while. What I think is that experimenting, especially with Unreal, seeing how far you can push that, the kinds of things that you can create in that environment, and use your previous experience to create something that other people can't, will put you... Your experience and the relevance of it will put you ahead in that regard. That is something I would put forward. Job security will be shite all, but let's be honest, job security is pretty much shite all in the games industry anyway. Doesn't matter.
Hey,
it's funny because it's true. Also, these spiders can shoot through rocks. What the shit?
I didn't see that. No one saw that. That didn't happen.
So help me. Alright, you go there. I need to vampire. Come on, do that crazy crit thing where you like... No, it's not going to do it. Alright, well at least you two can just block off them. Alright, ranged characters. This is on you. You want to do some of that murder? Nope? Okay. I remember when my ranged characters could actually kill things. It's great.
Oh, so, okay, so here's a mechanic. I don't know if you spotted this. So, see when
Am I
you
just
select
playing
character,
like shit?
So if you select an enemy, sorry, the video's a little bit behind. In the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, let's wait for this turn. Yeah, okay, I'm going to turn. You've got 3 little bars on the right-hand side with shield, and then different types of attack.
Oh.
So that's their resistance to those particular ones. So I think maybe those spiders have got piercing resistance. So if you're firing or using a weapon that does piercing rather than crushing or slashing, it's going to be less effective.
So I really should have been mashing him with a hammer.
Depending on the enemy type. So that's it. So you might want to, when you come to a particular dungeon and you know or have a...
So if I have characters that specialise in a certain kind of damage, it's better to bring them along rather than to bring necessarily my best.
Yeah,
Still calling bullshit on the fact that those spiders can shoot through walls and I can't.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen. I assume that that's something to do with that particular piece of rock not being flagged properly.
Oh wow, this map is still going. This is still happening.
Yeah, doorway up above you.
Oh, I can't wait to get ambushed by spiders. Oh yes, Cadbury saying all Unreal. Yeah. I mean, from Bandio said they've been messing with UE4 initially, which is why I mentioned it. But it is worth saying that if you want to go from prototype to title, I definitely recommend Unity over the 2. And that's not just because Catberry's in there. Like, there are some great things about Unreal, and I love the fact that we are living in an age where we can have that kind of like that level of professional stuff. And I love the fact that Unity can deliver utterly gorgeous 3D stuff. If you haven't seen Escape from Tarkov, that's made in Unity. And it's like realistic 3D at a crazy high level. So yeah. I feel like I've been getting lucky so far, and my characters are somewhat at very low amounts of health. Probably should have bought characters you can heal more than just a little bit. It's fine.
Your Dark Elf has a healing potion.
Yeah, I kind of used it a little. I mean, I used it on our 2 tanks, but...
Okay.
At least these boys have survivability. Not sure how a vampire count's actually going to die, or undie. Redie? Oh, fucking!
That's rats. Rats are easy.
Until I find out they can do, like, I don't know, fucking rabies or something. Or my characters die from preventable diseases.
Yeah, we patched in the bubonic plague just to make the Skaven a little more fearsome.
You wanna do that again? Thank you. Don't run away, bat. Can you just handle this bat, please?
Well, I believe in you.
Thank you. You believe I can kill a singular bat? Your faith in me is unwavering.
Your limits, young man.
Know your limits. Arden says you joke, but that sounds like something actual Skaven would do. That is a good point.
Yep.
Say no to ambushes. Which is why I probably shouldn't be so casually ending turns. It is a good way to stop people from doing, like... although you can't do Overwatch in this, to stop people from doing Pop-Up Pirate. Where you just do... That is a lot of Beastmen.
A couple there with torches as well.
Oh, good. There's a couple there with dead. No, not you! Feck. Oh. Delicious. Alright.
Oh, I'm slipping into that thing again where I just watch you play. It's really weird because I... like this came out in 17, so it's one that back to touch up a bit the PC release. It was mainly the programmers on the team were involved in sorting out.
You didn't get the chance to do like just like an additional art pass on this sucker.
There was Ben, the other artist, was mostly involved in that. So yeah, there's a lot more kind of post effects and bits and pieces in there. Just watching someone play it and going back to it, it's interesting.
Oh, I'm glad. I am so happy for you that you are interested by this. I'm so glad. So, don't know how to use the grenade yet.
Oh, okay.
Because I think that's what that one time where I did get knocked out. I think that's what happened.
Oh, okay. So the grenade's an AOE. So I think it gives you 3x3 tiles that you can direct to where you want to throw it. So yeah, right now, all your guys are standing
Very
in the blast
close.
radius.
Hit him! You have magic. By the 9. Why use magic when you could use mace? The surprising alternative to magic. So, jumping back into chat, Catberry was referencing Unity-chan. I haven't actually seen Unity-chan. Does that make me a bad person?
No. Yes.
Good work, Vampire. I don't know if you all saw that. It's just take a step, cosh a guy, go back into cover. Oh! How about them beastmen?
Boom.
Boom. Headshot. I think Vamp-chan is probably the best one to go ahead. Because he's got armor and can deflect. Oh, we get this guy behind him. I just don't know if the others will be able to get a range shot on. Oh, didn't think so, but it was nice to be able to dream. Next turn's going to be a mess. Anyone you can shoot at? No. Okie dokie. Oh. Wasting blood is basically him wasting his dinner. Bam! Sit down. Oh, yes! Where was that earlier? Kill him. There we go. Good work. Good work, good hustle. And nothing bad happened to our heroes ever again. So Cameron's saying, you haven't seen Unity Chan? Do you know VR chat? Oh, aside from the horrendous Knuckles memes, I've not really looked into VR chat. I don't have the facilities for VR setups here, so... Knock, knock. How many more places? I swear to all that is holy. What is wrong with you lot? Why can't you hit spiders? Like, is it something personal? Did I cause the offense? And that one green spider who just seems fucking immortal for some reason. Have you get that feeling you might be in over your head? So, as a player, what are my options here apart from panic?
Well, you could fall back, rely on your range guys. But I mean, you're kind of creating a bottleneck there, which is pretty good. You got your shields up front to try and deflect the blows.
Shields up front, party in the back, right?
Yeah. Looking off your range guy. So you got your I was gonna say you got your grenade.
Could I make that throw? How do I know if he can make it?
Well, you can just select it and try and move it. There you go. So, I think within the one. So if you move your cursor out so that you maybe target the spiders with the red.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna not explode myself for now and wait for these other like 8-legged bad words to show up.
Okay.
Your turn. Oh! Dude, it's so... When it works, it's so satisfying. No, it's fine. I didn't even want you to make that shot. I was completely nonchalant about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. How are you? Let's hope our bloke in the front doesn't have an arachnophobia, otherwise he's going to have a bad day. I'm not sure if there's such a thing as a good spider crushing day.
Yeah.
Thank you! Right, so take one step this way. There we go! Was a good chain combo there. Alright, our Vampiromancer gets next round. Oh! 64 hit critical. Thank you kindly. You know what would be amazing? It would be amazing if my archer could hit more than once. And then actually be able to do some fucking damage for a fucking change! Sorry, sorry. So what were we nattering on about before? Bandios was asking about kind of portfolio advice and things like that, which is kind of cool. There was one other question. We were talking about Unity Chan, which it appears that I am ill-equipped. Ill-equipped to discuss that meme.
Okay.
Go on, go on. Fine. Spider's dead. Job's done. Time to work. Form the conga line of death formation. Oh, Isocrit says I Yeah, it's either a 69 hit. Bats! Fucking bats! Oh. But why? Alright, if I can get like a combo kill on the bats. Or just miss them. You know what, actually I think missing them would be more fun. Wait, no, what's that other thing? You wanna death blow that? No? Fine. It's the point where I just die to bats. Oh, as Shackle's like, oh, there are the bats that we should have fought in the bat cave. But we didn't. Because of reasons!
I think they were all eaten by spiders.
Explains why the spiders are so chunky. Definitely not malnourished spiders, I tell you that much. How? Oh, there's so many spiders!
Oh, it's the last stream though. Come on, you can do this.
Alright, come on, this is where we need that monstrous death blow combo. Or not. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, is it? How? All the powers of the might and the feckin' maelstrom, and you can't have feckin' spider! This is gonna end badly, isn't it? Nice! Where was that earlier? Congratulations, Elf. It's time for you to be useful.
Oh, it's getting quite tense now.
I've just been informed that with the Age of Sigmar, that means there's no Maelstrom anymore. Oh! So what I'm doing is I'm doing the old firing line. Oh! 68 combo. Not quite nice, but I'll take it. Oh, there's a spider there. Bugger. Oh, that's not good. Back on the line. Back on the line! Ooh. Wood elf, no likey. There we go. Boff. That's how it's done. Biggity bam, let's make spider jam. No one's ever said that before, and I wish I hadn't said it now.
T-shirt there.
No one wants spider jam. That's the t-shirt. Hello, boys!
So I have a question for you that is unrelated to spiders.
That's exactly the kind of question I want to answer right now.
Okay, so what's your favourite type of spider?
Get fucked in a bin!
No, I was just wondering, like, how all the projects and stuff you've worked on, is there, like, have you got a favourite for any particular reasons, whether it's like doing community management work or anything else? Just wondered if there was.
That's a really difficult one because, so like, you and I did a lot of stuff on Ion that will never see the light of day, and some of the stuff I did for Ion is some of the stuff I'm really proud of, because Ion. I mean, the idea that everyone who worked on that game was going to be in universe was really cool. I liked that idea so much. And we came up with some really cool ways of delivering that without it costing like a gajillion trillion dollars.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But those are like assets and stuff that I'm never going to be able to show anyone because because that's unfortunately the nature of this stuff. Yes! I said nice one, brother!
You make it there before getting ambushed by spiders.
You've got a button, haven't you? I swear! You've got like an ambush will button. Like you got my... I'm fucking kidding me!
Oh.
Can I just book it out? Do I have to fight them?
Oh, you have to fight them. I think
Oh,
you got to clear that.
There are things I want to say to you, Liam, that are not safe to say on Twitch. I want to say things that would result in me no longer being safe. Not just safe for work, but safe. And I want you to know I'm thinking them very, very loudly.
It's all good conditioning.
This is the point where someone gets like a crit, like crit death blow. Fuck!
Oh my god. Okay, so has your dark elf still got a healing potion?
No!
That's unfortunate.
He's dead now, isn't he?
If no one's got any bandages or anything, then that's him done for this dungeon, yeah.
But it's not him done forever, right?
Oh, no, no, no.
Oh, get shit fucking wet!
I have a feeling this might be the end of this playthrough. Oh, come on. Is that just one left?
Yes! Alright, so... these two make it out.
Yep. That's cool. Hmm.
Yay! I'm taking that as a victory!
Yes.
Oh, they don't get... Okay, so... not only do they not get XP, but Marcus gets -1 intelligence from a concussion. And our vampire got a lucky escape with no permanent damage.
No. You can level up your others.
And...
But well done.
Yo! A level 2 Slayer. And the Morning Star of the French. Anything magical becomes entangled and smashed by this mate. Nice. Baron says, I come in to see quality Will Rage Face.
That's all we're here for.
I'm hurt and offended. So, Baron Sheep, those of you who just joined us, what and welcome! I'm rolling my face against Warhammer Quest and having a ruddy good time with it. Actually, let me do my job as maybe be a semi-functionally good host. If any of you would consider picking this up for Steam, there's the link. It is available on iOS and Android as well, which is what it was originally designed for. And this is kind of the updated for Steam version. It's a lot of fun. And as I will say, you know, I want to say a lot of swears at Liam very, very, very quickly. But if you're wondering who Liam is, the disembodied voice with whom I am discussing, Liam and I worked together in Improbable, and Liam's been in the games industry for an inordinate number of years. So, yeah, we've just been sharing stories and otherwise. So, yeah, so going back to what you're saying, like, things I'm proud of. I really enjoyed doing Rally Point for CA, because it was just at that point where everyone was realising, hey, what if we talk to our fans like people?
Yeah.
And
no, that's interesting.
The unfortunately name, it was Craig's idea to start doing those kind of videos, and he initially brought me on board because there was a big push to create like a competitive mode in. I'm going back here. There was a big push to create a competitive mode for Shogun 2, which, considering the resources they had, what they succeeded with was very good. And Leon, what, old friend? I need to heal up my warriors. How do I do him a heal, Liam? Liam, how do I heal them?
Take them to a particular building in one of the cities.
I've got to take him to the.
I don't know why. Why am I doing your voice?
Because it's contagious.
Yeah. and get me healed up.
So we got to go back to Control Alt Dwarf. We can't have him with a concussion.
Tomorrow at work.
So yeah, doing Rally Point for CA was so much fun because it was right as like some of the showcase was doing really well, and people were starting to see that hey, you could make these videos just as you could make these videos as a games company, and people liked them. Like people were done with super dry, super boring ass dev diaries. No one really wanted to see that kind of nonsense.
I'd much rather see you being attacked by dogs.
That's the thing that I did for my job. I got attacked by dogs. Yay!
Boom.
Ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, J Crips has gone for their 5-month combo, but 5 months at tier 2. For some ruddy reason, you all seem to want to either keep me around or stick around. Feck knows why. Isacrid saying we need an exclamation doggos command. Oh, you've all seen that video enough times. Like, you don't need to see Will get attacked by dogs again.
Can never see that enough, I think.
Oh, I'm just doing a quickly leveling of everybody. We can't level up our vampire, though, apparently.
I think that's because he got knocked down in the last dungeon.
But can he get back up again?
Yes. Yeah. That's fine. He just won't have gained any of the...
Okay, so we're never going to keep him down.
Oh, he gets knocked down, he gets back up again.
He drinks a whiskey drink. He drinks a vodka drink. I'd like to say I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Oh, speaking of not sorry, check out this ogre. He's having a bad day. That dwarf is ragey. We got a dwarf all our own. So if we needed to... Okay, so we walk into a pub. 2 dark elf lasses, an ogre, and a dwarf sit at the bar. Like, all I'm seeing here is the start of a fight, you know what I'm saying? So who have we got so far? So yeah, this is our current lineup. So we've got... I almost called this guy Griffin Shield, which is actually a pretty good name.
It's not a bad name, yeah.
We've got Marcus Hammerfall. Spoiler, no one calls him that. His actual first name is Edwina.
And he's not using a hammer. It's all very confusing.
Yeah, he's not very good at this. Mahiva Darkshade, who's gone for the Bowsette colour scheme. We've got Avian, doesn't get a surname. And we need to get them a better bow because they're currently completely fucking useless.
One that costs a little less to use, I think.
Yeah, that would be a good shout. We got Ritma Kotman, who is a tank. I think he's actually several tiny bats holding up a suit of armour. And I'm alright with that. I almost called this guy Twin Blades, but I keep looking to the weapon as the name. Thorn, but spelt weird. I'm annoyed by your name, sir. And we've got a dwarf. He's not ginger enough. There we go. More ginger. Sorry, sir, your dwarf isn't ginger enough. Also, that crazy mace that we went to go get doesn't seem to be something that this guy can use.
So certain weapons can only be used by particular character classes. Quite a few of them can be used by several, though.
So what you're telling me
for the right guy
is Marcus here isn't smart enough to use a different kind of mace.
Yes.
Jesus.
Because reasons. Well, is it a magical mace? Is that the thing?
I believe it's a magical mace. What do you need
Yeah,
to do?
not...
Say the fucking password before you swing it?
He's not a sorcerer, is he? I mean,
he's
or
also
something.
I think he's also slightly... He has an intelligence of 1 after he took a blow to the head, so that's fair.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to alarm you, but him and the dwarf are about the same intellectual level. And that dwarf has been drinking itself blind for like 28 years.
Oh, dude, that's so racist.
You can't say that. If you had timed that a second later, it just would have been a cacophony of tea all across here. So I tell you what, I want to pass your question back to you because I really enjoyed doing Rally Point. I really enjoyed doing stuff that allowed me to talk to people who play games as people. I didn't enjoy that kind of the community manager as forum moderator style of the old days, and I like how things have changed. Although I will say, most of the new community managers I meet are all ex-Twitch streamers, and they tend to give them titles like influencer relations and community management, because no one fucking knows what to do with them.
No,
but,
fair enough.
What is something that you've worked on, you know, be it... Because, like, I don't know how much we can banter about Abyssals. It was such a good concept. What are some things that you've worked on that you'd love to bring up?
So I think for me, kind of two projects that kind of actually came out that was Project Gotham Racing 4, which was my first kind of big studio gig.
That's really cool.
And it's a good game. I really liked it. I was really proud of it, and it looked great. So it was like ticked all the boxes.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that'll always have a place in my heart, because that was kind of my first proper done. Kind of before that, I worked for a year at an outsourcing company in Pembrokeshire, down in Wales, in the middle of nowhere.
You worked in Wales?
Haverfordwest.
So sorry. Also, just very quickly, J Crips, thank you feckin' so much. 500 bits, smashing the bit cup into distraction. It's sincerely appreciated. On the off chance that any of you chilling and illing in chat don't know already, bits literally run this operation, so they are sincerely appreciated, yo. And Dadream was saying influencer management, the darkest of all sorceries. Well, yeah. Anyone who says the term influencer, unironically, is probably a chronic tosser. So there, I said it. Said it! Influencer is a nonsense term from feckin' film and music marketing that bled over with tossers. It was brought to the New World by tossers on a boat full of them.
Oh, so speaking of which, boats and tossers and the term influencer, have you watched the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix?
I haven't. Do I need to watch this?
Dude, please, go and watch it.
All right, everybody, stream's cancelled. I'm gonna give it up.
Okay, and just tell me if it reminds you of anything.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say what, but yeah, we'll have a talk about it afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot to do with influencers, but just the general setup and the whole story, I think will. It's really good. It's really well done. Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely need to see that. Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, PGR4. So I was working at this place called Game World 7.
Okay.
For a little while, and it was set up by a guy who used to work at Psygnosis up in Liverpool.
There's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
But I think he'd been there for years, so had quite good contacts. So he was getting contracts in from quite a lot of studios like EA and THQ and Bizarre Creations as well. So there's a link which is there. So I was doing stuff there for things like Juice 2. Was kind of best kind of game I worked on properly for a long amount of time. I got to do a little bit on MotorStorm before that.
Oh, way cool.
Yeah, so that was, I mean, I made like a roll cage for a car that was used in the CGI video that they did to show off which is all pre-rendered. Yeah, so from that, got to go off and work so that, and I think Rise, Son of Rome was the other one, which was, yeah, getting to work at Crytek was, I wasn't expecting to ever do as an artist. Like, they'd always been held up as kind of this place where the best go. And so
so
I
it
wasn't
turns out
sure how I ended up
was
there.
a very different story.
Definitely. But yeah, working on that, we had an amazing team, and also just doing a launch title for the Xbox One and kind of bringing in this be cool. It's nice having something that I can look back at still and go, oh yeah, that still looks alright. Quite like that. I think we did a good job. And yeah, we had a lot of talented people on that, and we brought over a lot of people actually from Codemasters in Guildford,
Cool.
where we'd made a not particularly great game called Body Count, which is, I think, a prime example of what not to do with a.
Dear Lord.
Well,
Body
it kind
Count
of
is not a name I thought we'd be talking about today. Oh!
Yeah.
And that... So I forget Body Count was Codemasters, because that was what nearly killed them.
That killed the Guildford studio.
Oh yeah, Guildford died, like, there, but Codemasters as a whole, like, it hit them badly.
He's had, I think, a string of steps, I think, kind of up to this point. So they had things like Turning Point, Fall of Liberty. I think there was this idea...
Oh, God! That was them as well!
The idea was they were going to produce a string of action games on a small budget and just churn them out and get profit, and it just didn't work. And they tried it with like they got the Operation Flashpoint license back in house.
Oh God,
and
But-
that killed it within 2 games.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Red River gave it a good shout, and also, so from those of you that remember when we did our stream on our dev stream with Alien Isolation, like that's where Christian cut his teeth, was Codemasters, and he was on Flashpoint and Red River. It was also really interesting to hear about how that game, in its initial conception, was much more close to the book Generation Kill, and they had to tone it down a lot. So we nearly got like a proper good horrendous swearfest of a game. But you can't win them all, friends. You can't win them all.
Oh. Yeah. I think is always going to be the one that got away. I think that's the...
That is a very good point. That in game dev, like the game you never get to release is always perfect, and it's nothing. It's always hard. You know, there's a couple of concepts that I've worked on with you, Liam. There's some concepts I worked on with Christian and stuff like that. And the fact that those games will never hit, proper production is upsetting.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, I was thinking about this related before we started talking about doing this stream, just because I had like a day to myself, which has not happened in the last year, where I was like, okay, I'm doing Pachang work, but it's a weekend and I don't particularly want to go into the office for a change.
Yeah.
Because I've got the house to myself, and it's like, okay, this is unusual.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I could do something about ages ago, just because it would be quite fun. We could still do these things. It's just like, for me at the moment, the most precious resource is time.
Yeah.
And I think this is the thing with indie development of at the moment, is that money is less of an issue.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, what you can bring to... Because, you can get working on an engine for no money. You can get
Exactly.
stock... Holy shit, the fuck? What? Okay, no, fine. Fine, we're just gonna do, like, triple health crits now.
You appear to be on fire.
Yeah,
Just,
it's a vampire on fire as well, which is twice as bad.
yeah.
That death blow wasn't.
In name only.
These guys are very tough.
Yeah, so he's is that Broken Horn there? Yeah, so he is susceptible to slashing damage. The slashing weapon.
Oh, good! Slashing weapon we don't have. Also, his weapon is like This is going to be a massacre. I caught fire once. Says, I warned you about being on fire. I warned you, but you didn't listen. Progress saved, or thereby lack of. I was like, why can't I move the vampire? Because he's fecked. Just really hoping I can get like a nice tasty like death blow chain or something. Oh, a critical of 4! I shall alert the media! I'm so fecked.
There's a 2 there as well. It's okay.
So fecked. Okay, so yeah, going back onto it, because we were briefly touching on it there. So, one of the projects that Liam and I prototyped, and the initial kind of like core bits of it are actually up as open source, which, I have no comments, I legally have no comments either way about that. Broken Horn's so confident that Broken Horn's now on fire.
So maybe, okay. Maybe retreat a little bit, and then run through the fire.
So Abyssal's had a lot of cool concepts. The idea was we were trying to create something for a like single shard type world game. So we were trying to create something where everyone could be in one world together. We were prototyping with some pretty experimental tech, which is always interesting.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
Yes! He is dead! Now I just need to defeat all the beastmen in this dungeon. Most of the lads are out cold already. So we did a lot of cool things with this one. So firstly, one of the cool specialties of Abyssal was the idea that the game world was always trying to push everyone back to this central point. I believe the concept was it was in this like gigantic underground cavern the size of a country. And everyone starts off in this central point in the map. And your goal is to push outwards into the darkness to stoke the fires of varying little villages in this bone-strewn wasteland of dark death. And try and forge forward as far as you can. The darkness, however, is always pushing back. So without maintaining these little areas as groups, the darkness will overcome. It also means that if no one plays the game for a weekend, the server will push everyone back to the central point. I think the idea being that certain forges could make certain weapons, and it was only by maintaining these cities that certain stuff could be made. The other cool thing was that if you got lost too far into the darkness, it would warp reality around you and end up spitting you back where you came from. So, I mean, there, you've got yourself like a fun little game. There's nothing special about that. But, here's where it got really interesting. You gonna shoot that guy or no? We're just not doing that? Okay. You're just gonna be on fire over here? Okay, you do that. Thank you. Oh! Where did he come from? I thought he was just more fire. It's alright, I just need to slash this guy in the gabber. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. And Ticketoo's like, I underestimated how much water was left in my bottle. Just poured all over myself. We've all been there. My special one is when working in bed and I've got my laptop on my chest and then trying to take a sip of tea, realising that it's quite full and just pouring onto my face. That's the real special. Okay. So far, Abyssal doesn't sound like anything special. Like, action, third person, dark, hella gothic multiplayer game. Cool. This is where it got special. Storytellers and GMs. So, the idea was that once you had put enough hours into the game, you essentially unlocked an additional mode where you could become this floating spectre about the world. And you could not only possess evil creatures, but also bring down bad stuff upon players. You were free to feck with players in a myriad of different ways, and this was so much fun as a concept. Because what it did is that you essentially... The core of the game was PvE. I think we said PvP might have been a later thing, but it was not part of the initial scope, right?
Definitely. Yeah.
But what this meant...
PvE, man.
Yeah. Players could possess creatures and attack you, or use like a limited resource pool they had to summon in more, or bring the darkness. So if you and your mates manage to forge a path out to one of like the dark like edge towns, stoke the fires there, so you might have enough time to forge new weapons. That's a huge beacon that's going up. And not only are you going to get attacked by more PvE creatures, but anyone who's playing as a storyteller can now go, I feel like messing with these people. You sound the Horde. And so it added this additional level, which, I don't know, Liam, if you played Breach at all, but they're doing that quite a bit, and it works really well.
What? Sorry, you cut out then.
I apologise. There's a game that I believe it's out now, or it's coming out, called Breach.
Oh, okay.
And that's doing the kind of the bad guy as content, but they're going for like an asymmetric multiplayer game rather than necessarily. Do the shooting thing. He wants to see if the. Oh! I take back everything bad I said about the elf. She just did like a death blow 3 kill.
Fantastic.
That was awesome.
Oh, we got 5. Oh, okay.
Sorry. But yeah, so they're doing the asymmetrical multiplayer concept rather than the storyteller element. And the other idea was that by doing this, like multiple clients able to interact with the same world, is that you could also do the same thing for like community managers and things like that, giving them the tools to create really interesting standalone scenarios for your players, which I think's fucking rad. But then I will.
Yes. Yeah. I think the other interesting element was that you could, as a developer, update stuff in real time, so you could monitor what was happening with the players, and what the GMs were doing, and what the other character stats kind of on the fly as
That
required.
was
So
really
if anything
cool.
was becoming too OP or underused, you could kind of keep this live.
Yeah, and as a creative, I
Going-
thought that was really interesting because,
Yes.
you know, rolling out patches isn't a small deal, especially if it's an online game. But being able to tweak and balance elements on the fly in a manner in which players aren't necessarily aware of, I think is great.
Totally, yeah.
I'm so gonna cheat this win, dude.
A win's a win.
Win's a win.
Oh.
I promise, I'm not gonna shit talk the elf anymore. Like, after today, this elf has just won at all things. I know, we're gonna go around this way. I'm gonna do it, dude. I'm just gonna win this one just by pure garbage.
Are there 3 guys left there?
There's 2 now!
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Whoa. Alright, return the favour. Oh! Yes!
Beautiful.
All hail the garbage elf! Alright, so we're just gonna take this nice and careful, because I don't know if you can... There we go. Yes!
A thing of beauty. Look at that.
If anyone needs me, I will be signing autographs afterwards. Dude, and I was looking at the lineup before we were doing this, and I was like, oh, I should really take that garbage elf out of there, because they're just not pulling their weight.
Oh, there you go.
J. Cripps with the Cabbage Patch elf. I Caught Fire one says, injury, didn't they all burn to death? They caught fire, certainly.
They did.
Fractured arm,
Jim with
fractured
the
hand.
-1 strength. Ooh.
Lucky escape. Nice, got a big old mace. Some trinkets.
Oh, so that mace is the one that your Beastman guy was using. So that, I believe, will set people on fire.
That seems both useful and like a terrible idea.
I'm not the person I would give it to, but
I certainly wouldn't give it to you. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup, friends. Sweet mercy in a cup. I feel incredibly smug after that fight. Because I was like, our 2 fighters went down like that. And then the mage was doing alright. Then they were on fire. And I'm like, oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear. There we go. And of all the people... Oh, Ark of the Covenant's asking, when is Garbo Elf's AMA?
I think secretly Robin would like a shout out from you.
I think secretly Robin is doing battle with Twitch's system to find out whether or not they are on the 5-month combo. If you try force refreshing your browser, that might be the case. Otherwise, it might be a day or two. A lot of people have been busting out their 5-month combo. Dude, I'm still fucking blown away by the fact that even after the crazy months, dude, we're holding at like 500 subs, which is ridiculous.
Dick.
I kind of wish after Improbable, I just started doing this full time. Because, you know, the projects that you and I were working on, like the one that I was pitching, I want to say, was it last year, year before? Like, that opportunity kind of came and went. And it was a really good concept at the time if we'd been able to get the funding and then deliver, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, never say never.
Yeah, true. Which is also the reason why I'm not referencing it, because I'm still,
Yeah.
Hope Springs Eternal friends.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I think that's it, but that's another prime example of, oh god, I was trying to talk around something. The project that...
Stop that incessant clicking!
Like,
oh,
execution.
feckin' a
And then-
feck bag.
Oh,
Sorry to interrupt you there, good sir. We'll
No,
come back to that.
perfect.
But J. Crips has decided, like, it's going down. Holy shit, J. Crips, you fucking legend. J. Crips just went, you know what? 500 subs? Pff, that ain't... We need to bring the thunder! J. Crips is kind of dual-wielding House Chaos in one hand and House Carl in the other. And gifted out 5 subs to the community and went to...
Stop that incessant clicking!
to Spirit, to Dr. Acceleration. Please, call me just Acceleration. My father was a doctor. Ark of the Conclave. Yay! And Puckfig. Puckfig is a fellow streamer as well. Gentleman from Staines, of all places. And last but by no means least, Hunter Ironblade. So, yo, whoa, whoa. Alright, so I'm giving Matey Boy the Flaming Hammer, because he's now got weak
Stop that
strength,
incessant clicking!
but his survivability is quite high, so I might buy him an extra pair of pants or something.
yeah, something to go with that broken arm and skull.
He'll be fine!
Yeah.
He'll be fine. He'll be mostly fine.
I think you picked up a... Did you get a War Dancer and some sort of Slayer?
I did get a War Dancer and a Slayer.
Your Wood Elf has just kind of proved herself. So
Yeah, there was a time when I was considering putting her on the bench.
Stop that incessant clicking!
That time has come and passed, my friends. What's that? Oh, though she is going to get a quiver. And I can't see a smaller bow. So I'm going to head back to the other town and buy Matey Boy some armor because he deserves it.
Stop that incessant clicking!
Ooh! Travel event. The Skeratok Throne. As warriors venture deep into the woods, they come upon a large tree stump that has been fashioned into a grand throne. And I guess we have to stop and take selfies of this. For feck's sake. What I do want to say again is, like, J. Crips, fucking thank you. And I know a lot of the folk. I know I've spoken to you this about before about gifting and throwing bits out within your means, and I trust you that you are doing fine and well. So all I want to say is thank you, yo. Like, thank you. It's like I was saying, Liam, I kind of wish that after Ion I'd just done this, because we would have ended up we would have ended up having like a lot more support and stuff when we'd gone into other projects, and possibly,
That's true. I mean, the thing is, you don't know how things would have worked out. It might have been that you came to it too early, and then it didn't kind of hit the spot. So it is what it is, and it's doing good. So
sorry,
other stories that you can't talk about.
Marcus took a seat and a selfie, and then managed to get himself +1 intellect permanently. Good work,
Oh,
Marcus.
brilliant!
Good work. Yeah, I want to continue my travel. Now I'm even smarter. That'll offset the concussion he took.
It's true. Yes.
Travel event The Tinker, and approaching you warriors on the other side of the road is a man carrying a large backpack. Does anyone need a backpack? Does anyone need a backpack? Does anyone... Have you got a backpack? Do you need a backpack? Does anyone need a backpack? I think we need a backpack. Oh, sweet mercy. Jarrowland says Hindle's in bed already. Doesn't stop it being funny. I'm starving to death here! I was on so many threads there, and then this Tinkerer showed up. Will the mage look through his backpack? Yeah, take a look. Browsing, we found a talisman of tattoos. Cool, found some tattoos for the dancer, who, aside from being inspirational with their boogie, is pretty much being ignored. I found that, it's like, nothing personal, but... and now everyone's telling me bows after our character did well, and what I need right now is... Oh, some bandages. Is some feckin' way... Oh, I'll take that feckin' potion and all. Can't believe we got this far without it.
Oh.
But we still haven't found the thing that I'm after.
You're after?
I'm after body armor for our main heroes. Our main tanky boys.
Captain. Okay.
Sorry, so I derailed myself multiple times there. So yeah, it's like you say, you can never know with video games how these things are going to pan out. There are very few surefire bets. I bet all those people who took a job at Telltale before it went sideways, they thought that was going for a safe bet. They had a wide, varied catalogue, and they were doing a lot of things.
Yes, yeah, very high-profile games as well. I mean, unfortunately, there's just instance after instance of it.
Yeah.
Blizzard or anyone else.
Oh, feckin' hell, yeah. Blizzard laying off so many people, and especially when you see... that the way Blizzard usually slowly ramp up their teams, they don't do these massive layoffs. And a lot of people found out that they were losing their jobs on Heroes of the Storm by the press release that went out saying that they were going to be scaling down the esports side of it. Oh, and J Crips is heading to bed. So J Crips, you...
Oh, see you, buddy.
Thank you again, yo. Thank you again. Oh, and I almost missed you refilling the cup there with "Don't eat the rich." Rich is a sliding scale, friend. Rich is a sliding scale. And you're keeping our sorry asses upright, so thank you kindly. But yeah, there's... Working on a hero project. LOL! Working on Heroes of the Storm should have been a surefire bet for everybody. But no, it turned out to be a feckin' terrible idea. And there's no way people could have known that before going in.
Oh, no. I think it's always bizarre when you still see companies hiring. They know that they're going to be letting people go soon.
Yeah. And it's infuriating because they're doing it to posture, usually. You know, we talked earlier in the show about, you know, reporting to shareholders and things like that. And in those environments, showing weakness can affect share price.
Oh, for sure. Or even just potentially putting off a potential savior that may come your way. Which, yeah, you know, it's business. That's understandable, but it's not necessary. That's the sort of thing that gets your reputation. That's
yeah. Oh, sorry. I could have just joking that the rich is a sliding scale and saying, "Dude, you have $20. You're on my menu." Isaac, you've given me $20 to feed myself. I'm trying to be. I have been sensible of late because I am not. Being in the States does mean that one can get food in inordinate amounts. Oh, that's what we're going to do. The vampire is going to get some. For some reason, we're going to give this vampire a feckin' health potion. Though we should probably give him like an unhealth potion, right? Also, going to give him a feckin' sword. Although the mace has got a higher crit, but the. Oh, decisions. Well, that's not fair at all.
you can. I mean, you can take both, right? Switch out in game. So depending who you're fighting, because the mace does crushing damage, and the sword does slashing damage. So you may want both.
Yeah, you know what? And you can take it. Actually, no, we're gonna leave those because I just like. You can take that from. Oh wait, no, that's from someone else. It's fine. It's fine. We can set people on fire now, so we're doing better. Dude, I'm really enjoying this. And the thing is, I know you well enough that I don't have to lie to you or be nice because you're already on my show.
Yeah.
Like, I Caught Fire says if $20 puts you on the menu, are your donations enabling auto cannibalism? Bloody hell. But no, and I don't know, dude. I think that knowing what I know now, if I'd known that this was an option, I would have done it earlier. But then if I'd waited till, if I'd done this earlier, there's so much of the industry I wouldn't have seen. Like, working with Dean introduced me to the big money side of the industry. And so, okay, we've got GDC coming up, all right? GDC takes place on several levels. So you have, like, on the base level, like, people looking for recruitment, people looking for hire, people looking for education, like this base block. And for those people, that's a very different show from those who are looking to demo their game, show their game, or to get, like, you know, potential investment at a low level. Then at a medium level, like, you have the behind closed doors, like, you know, pitching to Sony, Microsoft, those kind of things. But then you have this level above where people are bounding around millions of dollars like it's nothing. And yeah, there are some parasites around the way trying to sell you, like, fecking middle management payment systems and bloody Bitcoin micro super payment feckery. But it's, yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if I hadn't done those, I don't think I'd be able to sit here and give, like, good, concise advice. So I don't know. I guess I'm back and forthing on my own point, which is that I love doing this, and I'm very happy that I'm here now. So, someone take the conversation away from me, please, because I'm rambling incoherent. I just wanted to say a nice thing, and I went off in a direction, and I couldn't find my way back. It was like the conversational equivalent of Hansel and Gretel. But no one eats the child!
Well, unless they are over $20 in
$20 in donations, and I will consume a child. No. I personally subscribe to the Oscar Wilde philosophy, which is that I do like children, but I couldn't eat a whole one.
Nice.
So I've noticed that there are a lot of additional characters that we can pick up along the way. How frequent is it to lose a character in this game? Like, they're gone and they're never ever coming back.
I think you can. Because we did talk about doing that, and I don't think we did. God, I should know that. Yeah, okay, so you can pick up permanent injuries on characters, which would make you want to switch them out for another one, potentially.
Okay.
And you can have, like, you could pick up duplicates of, say, 2 Empire Captains or 2 Glade Guards.
Yeah.
And you could then sell one.
I
So
can
you could trade
sell
them for
my
cash.
people.
Oh, yeah. I guess a better way to put it would be to let them out of their contract, and then you gain the money that you are paying your employee. I don't know. Fuck it. Yeah,
I'm
they
not
go into
usually
slavery.
the quote Rick and Morty type, but that's just slavery with extra steps. Lordy.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh Christ.
If you find there's something that you're just not using, you can put them to use some other way. It's not. Oh man, so I've been playing Pokemon Go again.
Oh, you back on the train?
And not through my own volition, but through children.
Yeah.
But every now and again, like, we catch too many, and I have to empty the backpack. And they're like, "Oh, don't get rid of them. What are you doing with them?" And I, you turn them into candy.
Dude, you're just pouring Pokemon after Pokemon into this big feckin' grinder, which apparently you feed to other Pokemon to make them better. Now, as a Brit who survived the mad cow disease outbreak, I see a problem with it right there.
But I haven't got the heart to point out that's what happens to them yet. So
it's all right. So, like, we all experienced a different media in our youth, where we would look back at them and realize, holy crud, that's incredibly dark. This is the equivalent of that, and you've got to have something to mentally scar children with. Like, where's their equivalent of Watership Down? That's what I want to know. I had to go through that.
Yeah. I'm actually wearing a Watership Down t-shirt at the moment.
You monster.
I know. Yeah, I think they remade that recently on the BBC, and I haven't had the heart to watch it because it's all CGI. And
damn, that's an ugly baby. More spiders. I was just hoping we'd get more spiders.
Spiders and some Nurglings. There you go.
Bat's dead. Can't wait to set Nurglings on fire. But remember, Papa Nurgle loves you. I do like that. Of all the gods in the old world, Nurgle's like one of the few that genuinely cares about you. Like, Nurgle wants you to be okay.
That's because you're like a petri dish for him. You'll carry his disgusting offspring.
Well,
okay, so what you've done here, inadvertently,
it's created a really good bottleneck, which was totally intentional and not a complete feck up.
That is a great defensive movement.
Burn, tiny Nurgles!
There you go, look at that!
Can it be more on fire? Oh! All these questions and more will be answered. It's difficult to know what the archer can and can't shoot. But I think that's one of those things that I'll just understand more as time goes on.
Yes, it's based on line of sight.
Oh, I'll take that.
You should be able to.
Woohoo! Extra dex! Now just wait for the embers to burn out. You spiders not gonna come into this? No, we're just gonna. All right, we're just going to. How many actions does this get? Just asking for a friend. Oh, but all that wind up, you bloody miss a can full of nurglings. So Arden was asking, Iron was asking, so is this the new Warhammer Quest, not the IRS release? It is Warhammer Quest 2, and it is the PC release, and there is the link. I'm really enjoying it. I don't know if you got a chance to play this when it was on iOS, and if you did, I would love to know your feels. Better move up. Spider's on fire. Back. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Oh, feckin' hell in a bin bag. Bleeding Nora, I tell thee. Oh! I'm not going to get tired of that crit, let me tell you. Though we haven't managed to crit for 69 yet, which I believe has been one of our small goals in this match. Aina was asking, oh yeah, did you base it on the tabletop edition rule set, or did you twerk it for computerization? I tell you what, Aina, so we went pretty heavy in-depth detail to the conversion of Warhammer Quest and how it came to this point. So I would say absolutely, if you enjoy this, like, yo, pick up a copy because it's feckin' cool. And the thing is, I know Liam, so I don't have to be nice to him. I know this early in the stream, like, I can just be an ass. It's almost unfortunate your game is good, so I can't just wail on it.
I worked on enough bad games.
You've done your time, dude. You've done
that we
your
could,
time.
yeah.
Oh, so now the immortal question left. All right. So what were you nattering about before? I got entirely distracted by burning spiders and nurglings. Also, kind of loving the flaming hammer. I won't lie.
It's a good one. I like that.
I'm going to start
There's,
right, I think. How did he set himself on fire?
Go through the fire. I did say don't go through the fire. I mean,
You had one job!
you've only got yourself to blame. So Iron Imp is asking, question for Liam, how was the iOS market for video game as a platform to release on? For us, it was pretty good. I think because kind of two reasons. We were using a Games Workshop license, which meant that came into it with a bit more visibility and fan base than if we were using our own IP, and also just through having previously released titles with Apple on their App Store, we had some to get visibility, and get it picked up. So Chang really well when it came out, and also when I think it was when they did whatever the last iPad was. The guys did a little version at Apple's request to demo in the Apple stores.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you went along and checked out the new hardware, there was that being shown off. So I think we were in good stead with them. Made it a little bit easier to get noticed. And it's, I think, the same for whether it's on the Apple Store or Steam, which we were talking about earlier.
Oh, God,
Just getting that initial visibility is pretty crucial, because if people don't know your game's out, can't see it, then pick it up without doing some sort of deep dive. And yeah, we were lucky because we got kind of picked up as app of the I can't remember. I have to check. I can't remember which they do. But yeah, so we got featured
the
on
pre-designation of the day.
the certain time period. And this was when I think iOS 11 was coming out, so they'd had the updated store and the new one. So we got featured on that in kind of the first week that came out. So timing-wise, that worked out. And then came out afterwards, so it just kind of kept getting mentions. And then with the different territories, the way the App Store works is there's not one centralized store, so you can release in different territories, and they have different editorial teams for each of those territories.
So you can get additional hits based on... What are you doing?
Yeah, so you can get additional hits, and different territories will sometimes do different little compendiums or lists. So every now and again, Japan will do here are our favorite puzzle games, and Chang will be featured, or here are our favorite strategy, and Warhammer Quest will be featured. So it's quite nice that they're kind of constantly looking back through the catalog curation lists, which is great. And I don't think, as far as I'm aware, that's something that happens on Steam.
No, so
you launch and then that's it.
So unofficially, like behind the scenes, you can go to Steam and go, "Hey, we're bringing out a game today. Can you feature us on front page?" And they'll do it. It's just there's no formal process around it. There's no like, here's Steam's picks of the week. There's no editorial equivocant, which can be very frustrating.
Yes. Yeah. I think as well there's a lot of personalized algorithms in place as well. So what I see on my Steam front page would be different based on my interests and compared to what you saw when you logged in. Whereas with something like the App Store, the same for everybody.
Yeah. Now the App Store. Oh, cool, Nurglings.
It's fine.
Sorry, I got an idea. It's called Fire.
Everybody's friend.
There we go. There's that infamous death blow we know and love. It's so interesting that characters can't directly move through each other. Like I'm not against it. It's just it's interesting, you know.
Yeah. I think it's mainly for the same reason that the enemies can't pass through, but they couldn't. That I think it starts to feel a little bit weird.
I forgot about disease. Which I know Grandpa Nurgle doesn't.
Fiend1138 points out, don't sound so sad. Grandfather Nurgle loves you.
He does, just a little bit too much. That exclamation was intended and was necessary. Affect that whole... This, comparable to fighting those other bad words, this should be easy mode. And now we've got... How does a vampire even get diseased? He's basically a corpse with table manners at this point. Sorry. But yeah, so the iOS does have its discoverability problems as a platform. What a lot of teams who... You are fucking kidding me. The situation has been made worse by the addition of bats!
Let's add more spiders if you like.
Stop pushing the more spiders button. It's not a good button. See if that healing potion helps him. No, he's still riddled. On the plus side, though.
Yeah, so Einem just said he was looking at an editor's choice of RPGs or something along those lines. And that's one of the nice things about the App Store is that, just was saying, they do go back to put these
They
kind of
do.
this together, and we don't necessarily know about that. So it's nice to hear that's
Oh,
at some point.
stop pushing the button, Liam. Liam, I need you to stop it right now. But yeah, it's one of the things that means that, especially on iOS, it's much easier for a title to get rediscovered,
Yes.
which is nigh on impossible inside Valve's ecosystem. Now, it is possible to have it happen because of other things, like an editorial on on a gaming site or something along those lines. It can happen. It's just very, very rare. So, this game is good. This game is good, and please don't take my incoherent screaming as anything other than a recommendation. And of all the Warhammer games I've played, this is the least BS when it comes to the interactions of RNGesus. Don't you do it? Don't you ambush me again? The plus side, Nurglings hate fire. Dashkell says your incoherent screaming is usually an endorsement. That is true. That is very true. I'd love screams incoherently to be someone's back of the box quote, as if to say like this is how we know Will has recommended this title. Screams incoherently. Dashkell, oh yeah, I was adding it. A passionate article or a video essay or something from someone outside of the usual space, allowing people to rediscover a title is very powerful.
Oh, for sure. Yes. Yeah. I mean, there are things like Flappy Bird. Of this game that was out for 6 months with no one paying any attention to it. Like even the dev was not. It's just something put out there.
Yeah.
And it just, I think it was Soldier Boy or someone about it, and then it does gangbusters. But yeah, it just goes to show that there is a lot of luck in
an inordinate amount. But I don't want people to take away that video games are pure luck and you stuff.
Oh no, of course no.
What I want people to take away from it is that Valve's not doing a lot for their 30%. I mean, they don't even pretend to own the platform that they curate and make an inordinate amount of cash from. It's almost to say like, oh, this isn't ours, so we'd have to worry about it. All right, who's not on fire? Go on, death blow, death blow, death blow. Heck. Death blow, death blow. Actually, gonna get bit the old stabbing going. Good work, good work. I said, nice one, brother, nice one. Other thing that I found myself doing far more than I used to, quoting the film Human Traffic.
Oh, okay.
That old throwback of the 90s.
Yeah, where's that come from? Something you've revisited, or was this some head trauma? Just kind of juggled something up there.
I just desperately needed to remember where Danny Dyer came from. Oh, Jarland referencing Zero North, Zero West. Arguably one of the worst games I've played in so long. It's billed as a meditation simulator, and honestly, it's bad to the point of frankly insulting. How come you don't deathblow anymore? I remember when you used to just run around deathblowing left, right, and centre. My Empire soldier with a deathblow. Now it's all where. Might as well just kill that bat. No point everyone getting diseased. Just bash a bat in the gabber. Sorry, I completely went off topic there. I do apologise, everybody. I've not been... this game is very good. And the RNG combined with the kind of the fun way of stacking it up It's really engaging.
Oh, good man. I'm glad you've enjoyed it.
I just
It's,
with that last point, I felt I was getting into the territory of then Will screams incoherently about Valve.
oh yes, yeah.
Alrighty. Oh, I accidentally just used all of my heals. How are you?
Or your vampire dude's still got some, right? You gave him some.
I'm gonna go with yes and pretend like I have. On the plus side, though, burn the corpses, salt the wound.
There you
Vampire's
go.
like, the feck is wrong with you guys. So yeah, I didn't mean to turn that into another tail end of a rant about Valve, because they've been making me exceptionally angry this week. But it's just interesting that when you think of, a lot of people discuss, the problems of discoverability on mobile and the problems with that as a marketplace, but there's actually active things that are being done in that space to help with that. And it makes it real hard to... Alright, fine, you want to play the Hokey Cokey? You do that, Vampire Lord. It's making it harder and harder to be an individual who works in games or an individual who plays games and to look at them as the good guy, because they're really not. Under the guise of free speech, they're just not doing the thing. And that makes it kind of hard. Makes it real feckin' hard to be a supporter of theirs, you know what I mean?
I think because they're kind of fulfilling two goals at the moment. They're a social platform system. Failings on both in terms of moderation.
Yeah.
I think normally one more so than the other. Like, you could argue the quality side the platform isn't always
I mean,
but
there
I
was a
think-
time when they were the only when they were the only gig in town, and a lot of the back-end stuff they were offering was really good. It feels
yeah.
like those times are at an end.
I think I think it comes back to what we were talking about at the start, that everything is in flux. They were pioneering kind of in terms of online distribution. They've done so much.
Hell yeah. I mean,
And-
back in the day, like Steam servers and things like that was such a boon. Like the idea that you could get matchmaking servers just by virtue of being on a platform, like that's feckin' the rad.
Well, I mean, even more than that, the fact that you could actually just release a game without having to have a publisher, like kind of foregoing that was there beforehand, was absolutely fantastic. And I think a lot of the issues that people have with Steam now are because that's become perhaps a bit too easy. And kind of some of the hurdles that you would have had to go through moved, that it's maybe opened up
Yeah.
some stuff that probably shouldn't see the light of day, I think it's fair to say.
And like freedom without curation creates this horrible, like, I just keep thinking, like, even Newgrounds had the sense to Newgrounds had the sense to create not a, what's the best way to put it? I'm trying to think how to phrase this very well. Newgrounds didn't censor topics, and Newgrounds allowed for full freedom and did have some horrendous topics on there, but the way that it was presented to you as a user, it was never the twain shall meet, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to think how to like logistically lay out these characters so that I could set the most amount of things on fire. I think I picked it up. Newgrounds set out to be everything by everyone. Oh!
Yes.
That's the death blow we were after. Of course, now we can't move, but that's neither here nor there.
That's okay, they should hopefully come to you.
Yep, the bats have to. They're batsmen. Hey, Batman. Aye, mate, you're right good day. Bats don't wanna be on fire. Makes it time for my elf. Go on, death blow. Oh, fine. Death blow, death blow. Sorry, this whole stream is making me want to rewatch Metalocalypse. So yeah, Newgrounds put forward everything by everyone. They set about creating an environment where you could do these things, and what they did, they sectioned them off. They didn't curate the content that went up, but they curated the content that was presented to users. They had the daily first prize, the weekly first prize. Like, people could vote for what games were really awesome. And I mean, that's feckin' cool. Yes, the comment system was garbage, and being part of that kind of early 2000, like late 90s, early 2000s internet, that was part of the appeal. Everything by everyone as a community. But like, as a game creator, curating your own Steam store page is feckin' hard work. Like, troll reviews, bad reviews, review bombing, you have little to no tools to handle this.
Yeah. And I think everyone's given equal weight when it comes.
Yes.
Which is it bugs me enough on Metacritic, things like that, where you could have like 7 or 8s from most people, and then one that you've never heard of gives you like a 2,
but because
and
they're
completely
Metacritically
screws you
weighted,
over.
they get to fucking do whatever.
It's bizarre, and it's the same with user reviews, that you could have a look through and see negative, which kind of moves you into mixed or whatever, and then you look through and they've maybe played like 10 minutes, and they've played for 180 hours, and they've also given it a negative rating. Not to give
Yeah, of course,
a
not
specific
to
example there.
mentioning no names, but it is true. And
Mentioning
also,
names, no.
someone can have played a game wholeheartedly for like hundreds, even thousands of hours, and then say, no, other users, you should not play this. And it kind of makes you feel a little bit like, wait, hang the feck on.
Yeah, I think you got your value for money there. I mean, it can't have been that egregious that you've invested that much time in something and then gone, actually it's not for me.
Yeah, actually, no.
So one thing I haven't heard much about, that you might know more about, is the refund policy on the Epic Store. Because there was talk of them giving you 14 days or something like that in order to affect, but I didn't know if there was like a time limit of actual gameplay tied to that as well.
I've
Or
not
if it was
looked into
just
that.
like that kind of, as a developer, is slightly worrisome. That's a long time to play something and then potentially return it. I remember the old days of Game, where you had the no questions asked 10-day returns policy.
Oh, feckin' hell.
Which just became essentially a rolling rental system.
Thank you for that reminder, because that was... The 10-day returns policy for Game and stuff was also brilliant, because Game Group and people like it made most of their cash off of second-hand sales.
Oh yes, yeah.
So they created a system whereby it was in their best interests to just sell you a game, and then have you return it, so they could then repeatedly resell the same game without having to pay the developer anymore. I mean, feckin' hell. GC's saying that it currently matches the Steam refund policy of 2 hours and then play. I mean,
within 2 weeks. So that's the thing. Yeah. So you've got 2 weeks to.
I'd prefer something a little bit more nuanced, but that's me.
That's
Because there's some experiences that we played this year that aren't 2 hours long and are actually pretty feckin' rad, yo.
Yeah. Well, I think Firewatch had a problem with this, didn't it? That you could through that game.
Speaking of Firewatch, I need these zombies to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, so you could experience the game and then essentially just return it.
Now, I do think that, like, looking into the price point of how games are priced, I think that's important. Now, the zombie can move. He can't hit me. Cool. Oh no, he's going for that guy. Heck. You all just want to be on fire. I apologise for losing my train of thought there. So I'm going to jump back into chat. And Geraldine saying the stuff is about Wastelands 2. Took nearly 6 hours before I realised I never wanted to touch it again. Oh. I'm really sorry about that. I thoroughly enjoyed Wastelands 2, so... but I can also understand that when you're put in a situation where you can't get a refund on a game you desperately want to, that can be very infuriating. Darn it! Can't finish this zombie off. Oh, that's right, they burned to death. I mean, oh no, what a shame! Alright, time we move this party up. Be on fire! I didn't think this through. I did not think it through. I did not think it through. Oh. Alright, so back to hitting things with a mace. Alright, mage, you can't really do a lot here. But zombies, you're flammable. You're basic! No, we're not going to death blow? Okay. Dear Undead Menace, please forgive the frequency of which I am sending these arrows into your squishy, slightly solidified faces. Yeah, zombies on fire. Oh, wait, zombies set me on fire if they infect me if they miss.
You do the same with your fire, though. Which,
Yeah, but when I do it, it's fair and balanced.
yeah.
That's the rule. I don't think they got the memo, dude. I don't think they got the memo. It's fine for me to have, like, completely unbalanced shenanigans. It's when they have
As long
unbalanced
as it's
shenanigans.
unbalanced in my favour, yeah.
Yeah. I played EVE Online, I know how it works. And to that end, eat fire, you tiny turds! Little tiny turds with legs. Look at them chortling away to themselves. They're like an unironic reboot of Critters.
Yes. Yeah. Very much so.
Which is a thing that's happening, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if
how
it's a...
good.
Ah, that would have been too cool. I don't know if it's a reboot or if they're just making another Critters movie. Alright. If you had Mom Spaghetti. Oh! In the gabba! In the gabba.
Hey. Very nice.
Oh yeah, and got some levels out of that. Cool. We managed to make it to that entire fight without anyone burning to death or getting crushed or broken. We got a hand
Very
axe. Nice. I'll take a hand axe.
Gold. 2 bags of gold.
What's better than 1 bag of gold, but 2? So I apologise, we were kind of half dancing on that previous topic of like refunds and elements like that. That is also one of the other things that I thought was really interesting, was that refunds to digital products has been a thing that's needed to be discussed. Let us not forget that there have been a lot of titles that have promised a great many things, especially digital distribution titles that don't deliver. And that Steam was actually doing something in the consumer's favour when they started saying like, all right, this is the refunds policy. We're going to create a refunds policy for digital products. I think that's real cool. But
Yeah.
what happened was they laid forth this concept and we were like, hey, we've got a few problems with it. And then Valve just went, we don't care?
Oh, I think this is it. Once you've got something established, it's quite hard to break away from that.
I feel like edge cases could be allowed.
Yeah.
So there's a site up at the moment called How Long to Beat, and it does a pretty good job of giving like an estimation of like time for a playthrough, not counting how much Will waffles on in a day. It gives a nice way to gauge. Okay, this is how long it's going to take to finish a title. If your title takes 2 hours, and the refund point is 2 hours, you're asking people essentially to like take a penny, leave a penny. It's an honor system, but no one's watching.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, very much so.
Also, so Liam, I do want to say you're welcome to stay as long as you want. I'm probably going to play this for at least another hour or so. But if you do need to skedaddle, please feel free. I'm not saying you got to leave.
No, actually, I was kind of waiting for you to finish that last dungeon. I think this might be a good point for me to head off because it's 2:15 here, and got to be up in about 4 hours for for hospital visits. So yeah, it might be a good time to start rounding down.
Yeah, so I didn't want to make today about that, but there's been a charity that you've been supporting, and if you'd like to link it in chat now, I think, yeah.
Oh, do I have the power of doing that?
You should do, because you got gifted a sub, didn't you?
Well, yeah. Hang on. So, I don't know. It's a bit of a bummer to end on, but
No, I mean, I'm going to keep chatting with everybody afterwards, so this isn't the final, but, you know, dude, I've not been able to do much to help while you've been going through this, and this is something I can do. So
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
Do you want to tell these lovely folks a little bit about the charity you got?
Yeah, so very briefly, I've got 2 lovely kids, and unfortunately, my youngest, who's 4 years old, has stage 4 neuroblastoma, which is particularly aggressive, nasty childhood cancer. And we're going through treatment at the moment, and he's doing pretty well on it, particularly at the moment. But we're kind of coming to the end of course of treatment that's offered in the UK, and hopefully he'll make it through without a relapse, which would be awesome. But then at the end of that, there's no kind of maintenance therapy or anything that they do. Other forms of cancer. And so you're kind of left just to hope that he doesn't relapse. Unfortunately, with this, the chances are, depending which figures you look at, something between 50 and 70% chance that you will do, and then it's kind of only 1 in 10. So the odds are kind of stacked quite heavily against you if you do relapse. And there is currently a vaccine that's on trial, has gone through several rounds of trials, but is still kind of on trial, being offered in New York at the moment.
Yeah.
That we're trying to raise funds for.
Yeah, I mean, you and I spoke about this. I reached out to my sister just to make sure it was legit, and she's like, "Yeah, it's legit."
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we've had concerns about stuff because the term magic beans has been used a lot, but these guys, it's a very well-established hospital that's running the trial, and they, to the point that their previous kind of drug trial is that they did this immunotherapy system is now the course of treatment that Seraph is on and is being used as standard practice in the UK. So they're kind of hoping that this drug that they're trialing now will do the same thing, will become standard practice in the UK. But for the moment, unfortunately, it's not. So we're just trying to do whatever we can to kind of increase those
stack the deck, my
avoiding
friend.
a relapse. Yeah,
that's how you do it.
Yes, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with There's nothing wrong with shenaniganously winning when it comes to stuff like this.
No, that's it.
OP bullshit is allowed. So
we've got donations and stuff.
Yeah. So there is a charity up. The Abyssal Wolfen link in there is the Team Super Seraph, and if I know I ask you a lot of, if any of you have a couple of quid you can throw towards that one, I would consider it a sincere favour, because yeah, I've been wanting to help you do a whole bunch, and I didn't want people to feel like today was just a try and shake coins out of them, but
Oh no, absolutely not. But we've got a Twitter and Instagram, and my wife is on Facebook and stuff as well. She kind of handling all the social media side of it.
I was about to say, I can't imagine you being on Instagram. No offense, dude.
Yeah, if people wanted to jump on the Twitter or something, because we hopefully, and this is something I need to speak to you about as well, might have some kind of game relating events coming up in a couple of months that might be of interest to your crew here.
If we can, dude, if we can. Though,
Yeah.
please talk to me about it after GDC. I haven't slept in days.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I don't even remember what sleep's like.
No, that's cool. Yeah, but hopefully we'll have some good stuff going on, and not stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So again,
yeah,
the Abyssal Wolfen link in there. If you can check it out, if you can throw a couple of quid at it, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
It's because I don't have anything intelligent to add to it.
No, it's one of those things you can't really say. But it's it's just taking up our time quite a lot at the moment. But no, it's been really nice having a chat with you and not having to think about that for a bit, to be honest.
Hey man, and you've been welcome back. Thank you, one, for coming down, two, for giving me a chance to talk games industry stuff, because as all of these lovely folks will say, I love ranting about this stuff. The games industry is still a place that I love dearly, and my ranting comes from a place of love. And considering how much of the industry you've seen, being able to take that wealth of knowledge and introduce people to it, I mean, we didn't get into any of your evolution of 3D art and space, how you go through your process. There's so much that I've seen you do that I would love to impart that wisdom upon to other people.
That's cool. Well, maybe at some point we can. 'Cause I've had a really good time, man. It would be good to have another one at some point. Give these guys a break from me, but yeah, the one that's not kind of focused around Warhammer, and yeah, maybe a bit more.
Yeah, because I mean, see, if we had more time, I'd love to get into the economy of art when creating a title which will be primarily for underpowered comparable to a PC. Creating assets for mobile. What cool stuff has come from that? Because if you look at all the classic 8 and 16-bit pixel works and all the incredible shit that people came up with to make those look good, I want to get into the nuts and bolts of that.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's been weird because I mean, obviously being at Sony and but I've still kind of got that Crytek mentality in my head.
Got to make it look
and
good.
Going from trying to push high-end PC stats to kind of going back to 5. It's quite a different mindset. So yeah, it's trying to achieve the best result with the
tools available.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, yeah, let's talk about that another time.
I'd love to. So I'm going to keep streaming on with these lovely Mother Hubbards for a little bit longer, and we're going to go from there. But Liam,
awesome stuff.
Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for sharing a whole wealth of knowledge, answering questions. And yeah, I will fully expect lots of beer and money in the future from this, because I'm obviously, I'm promoting your game for you.
This is true.
Where's my briberies here? I've been told the press get loads of bribes. So where's my bribe?
We'll get you a hoodie.
I've seen people do terrible things for a hoodie.
Yes. Yeah.
I saw a man go down and I didn't see him come back up again in the crowd. Alright, dude. Once again.
Okay, man.
Thank you for your time, and I'll talk to you soon.
Take care. See you, folks. Thank you.
Alrighty. And that was Liam. So now he's off the line, I can say loads of terrible things about him. Yeah. Again, thank you all for for some splendid questions and some splendid time. Now, I'd like to keep going with this for a little while longer, if that's okay with yourselves. I know it's kind of a quiet afternoon here, but yeah, I'd like to fix myself a fresh cuppa, banter all with your lovely selves, and see about smashing our little team of wayward adventurers against some stuff for a little while longer. How does that sound? Someone in chat's gonna be like, it sounds terrible and bad, I want you to stop! Well, don't do the stream. Okay, yeah, I'm asking somewhat of a mute question. But that's what I want to do this evening. I want to play some more games with you all. Crafty! What, old friend? Liam leaves, Crafty comes in. Liam and Crafty are the same person. Alright. So, you lovely, lovely folks. I am going to take a quick tea break, and then let's keep going, friends. Now, Item says, this was interesting for me because I use the iPad a lot and I've been following, watching at games around it. Oh yeah, I want to say they're Plachank? Plachink? Kaplunk? Definitely not Kaplunk. Yeah, T and P. Hopefully in that order. Hopefully not at the same time. Pachang! That's the one! Liam, go to bed! Alright, you lovely folks. So, I am going to fix myself a fresh cuppa, and we're going to go from there. Alright? But I am going to also enforce upon you some Undertale mixes while I do so, because it's my fucking show! Oh, no. Oh, that scared me a little there. Right. So, you majestic mother hobbits, grab a tea, grab a beer, grab the blood of your fecking enemies, because we're going to go crawl through some dungeons and punch some nurglings in the gob. Are you with me? Why do you not put up with me? I don't know. Alright. I'll be back in a sec, alright? Oh, my knees. Thank you all for waiting. And I do apologise. I do apologise. But I've grabbed myself an extra cuppa and I'm ready to roll. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? I didn't realise earlier that, I believe it was Sadlin was talking about, seems that whilst we were chatting about it, Valve announced they were laying off a bunch of contractors. Alright. My grump is real, but I don't have anything to add to that situation that we haven't already discussed. What was I gonna throw in there as well? Oh yes, one person was posting the influence is dead, long live the influencer thing that I was also ranting about earlier in the day. So yeah, there we go. Oh, Salem says I wasn't aware of that. Just mentioned there are a significant proportion of public-facing work staff. Yeah, Valve laid off 13 people today. Oh crap! But